like when that thing got announced, the top person I saw that commented on it was Matt Mercer, and he was just like, he's like, I can understand some people wanting this, but if we're to the point where he's like, I would like to opt out of this, and someone was like, yeah, that'd be great if during Critical Role, Matt's going through this like huge, amazing description, this creature crawling through the shadows on all fours, and this ad brought to you by the beef and cheese from Arby's, and you're just like, what? What? Like, it's just fun. Anyways, I think we're live.
Yes, we are.
What are we doing today, Kyle? What are we doing?
What are we doing today?
Oh,
Are we getting Arby's? Are we getting Arby's?
Oh.
today?
Yeah!
Afterwards. This episode brought to you
I'm
by
thinking
Arby's. I'm thinking Arby's. They are the meat.
Eat fresh.
Nice.
All right.
With my notes.
It's fourth meal. Wendy's. Wait.
Never mind.
When I don't have myself.
Anyways.
Burger King.
Anyways.
What you're here for, folks. Hello, welcome to our campaign. I am your dungeon master for the evening, Kyle, or Alphalance on most things social media. And this is the crew of the Drunken Dragon. We'll get into what happened last episode, but for the first things first, for any of you who have not joined us so far, let's have a few introductions, starting with a little bit of a switcheroo for this week. Starting with Becca, if you would.
Hello, I am Rebecca, or Bunny Monster. I normally play the Triton Paladin Chantelemur, however, since one of our other players is gone, I will be taking over their character, so I will be playing the Sea Elf Gunistri Dalaman, who is the cleric of the party.
Yep, temporarily. Yeah,
Hopefully just
we'll
for
see you
the
next
session.
week, though.
Hi, I'm the very prepared and definitely already player Dallas Harder, also Onyx Nero, who plays the Kobold Artificer Razmataz.
Heat.
Big things.
And I am Eric. I will be playing the role of Toad King, playing the role of Baku, who's playing the role of a rogue, a Kenku rogue. And he's got a tattoo that lets him become anybody, so this is gonna get real crazy up in here.
Yeah, he does.
Hello, I'm Evil Angel, the host with the most for this, sort of. And I play Yuki Fei Long, first mate of the Drunken Dragon ship. I was in the middle of a date, which got rudely interrupted by all this nonsense, so we're gonna figure out how that's gonna pan out now.
A date that you didn't sign up for.
Nope!
No, they signed up for it.
They were signed up for it.
Anyway. Hi everyone, my name's Ethan, aka Ethan. I play Snapper Lockjaw, the ship's cook, and resident big dumb turtle barbarian. I hit stuff with hammers and axes and bludgeoning things alike. I'm also the controller of the maps. We are using Adobe Illustrator for maps because Roll20 doesn't give me the same flexibility. So if you see some weird palette flyouts in the middle of battle sessions, that's just me trying to control shit. So enjoy.
All right, and again, I am Alpha Lance, your Dungeon Master for the evening, so I'll be playing pretty much everyone else for the evening for you. This is Evil Angel's stream, but I am now
Becca, thank you for the
hosting
sub.
and taking over. Thank you for everyone joining us in the chat, especially Becca for the sub there. Thank you.
Yeah, sub hype!
Any commands you give using the missies will go to pretty much the entire party. So make us dabs, make us hydrate, all that fun stuff. As for the adventure so far on the high seas. Also, what is our number this week? Are we on 23 or 24?
We're on 23, session
We
23.
are on 23.
Session
And,
number 23.
really quick, if I could.
Sure.
This Friday, also, I will be doing a charity stream for the Trevor Project, and we
Yeah.
will be playing the Super Mario 3D All-Stars game on the Switch. So, Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Mario Galaxy from start to finish, all three games. Who knows how long it'll take, so who knows how long the stream will be. But throughout the whole thing, we'll be raising money for the Trevor Project with all sorts of incentives that your donations will make me do all sorts of stuff within reason. And we have incremental milestones that will either add more to the stream or add future streams. So tune in Friday,
Awesome.
please, for a good cause and good times. All right, take it away, Kyle.
And
Very nice.
I was going to say, and if you don't know what the Trevor Project is, it's a nonprofit organization that helps gay, lesbian, bisexual, teen, transgender, queer, and questioning youth as a suicide prevention organization, and they are awesome. They've been around for 20-something years now,
Okay.
and yeah, they're amazing people. So help them, give them money, please support small streamers like him and awesome foundations like them. So.
And with that, Ethan wants us to dab. So, 3, 2, 1, dab!
Look at my hair.
Perfect. All right, Kyle, now take it away.
Sure. So, not nearly as cool because that's awesome. Thank you so much for doing that. But if you want a little more D&D in your week, this Saturday, I have been invited back for a second round of D&D Jeopardy.
Hey,
Ooh.
dope!
Oh, good sir.
This Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be competing on Ronius's? I don't know how to say it.
Ronius.
Ronius
22.
Ronius 22's stream, where I will be doing a Jeopardy style like trivia, but D&D questions. I got second place last time. The winner's not going to be able to make it. So as runner-up and hair behind on the trigger, who probably could have won because I knew like all those answers, I will be competing again. So check it out.
Dope.
Anyway, very excited. So
Kyle, hit me up
no-
if you ever need another one.
Oh yeah, no. I told him like if you need more people, I got like so many people.
A bunch of fucking nerds.
Yeah, we are a bunch of fucking nerds.
Useless knowledge.
Basically. So, last time on the high seas, our group, the crew of the Drunken Dragon here, have been following the trail of one pirate legend known as Spooky Beard. Left behind some clues that sent the group to a location to the south to pick up an item, and then later to the west to Onga Island, and further on, the next mark on the map is to Rongi Range to the south. But before headed out there, the group headed back to their kind of home, Sailor's Respite, a town that they've been to multiple times, befriended many a people in it, to the point that they were so concerned for one of their well-beings that our paladin went northward to go and catch him halfway back on his, catch him in the middle on his journey back home. Unbeknownst to the group, during their celebrations to enjoy some downtime and spend some of their coin, they went shopping. I also missed, before heading to town, they also befriended some cops. the Swords of Helm, a large warship with a smiling captain and a scowling dwarf first mate. The group made their way through it with no quarrel or anything breaking out, and a small gift going to either side. But then made their way back to Sailor's Respite, where they spent a bunch of coin, had some merry times, and convinced our first mate Yuki to go on a date with one captain of I had the word. Captain of the docks, head of the docks, something like that. Leah,
Master?
Dockmaster,
Quartermaster.
the Dockmaster Cornelia the Mermaid, that if Yuki showed her a wonderful evening, they would get a increased discount on another upgrade to their ship, which Yuki begrudgingly agreed to, which then turned into the focus of the evening, which was great. So, Yuki down at the docks on a date with Leah, Raz working in the belly of the ship on his latest project, Mur heading north with Kazi to go and collect Barry, and Snapper with the captain and the Manticore's tail, all having a wonderful evening We then ended by turning the camera over to Baku and Gwen, who were partying in the town square before noticing that the nearby Temple of Joaquin was on fire, and a flash of steel pierced the skin and the mood of the evening as we ended the night there with a stabbing and some fire.
Yay!
Wait, Kyle, it's
So-
10 p.m., right?
I believe they started their date at, was it 11 or 10?
Or was it 10?
It was 10 o'clock. Okay, so
Okay.
it's a little past 10, like maybe 10.
Raz has just finished his item, by the way. Just to be
Hey.
clear.
Oh.
So Raz has just completed his item, but more on that in a second. To get started, Baku, can I please have an insight check?
Right. Beyond, don't fail me now. Oh, yeah,
I am excited.
that's gonna be a 9. Baku.
Kill us all.
Eric, I think you were covering your microphone.
That's 9. Famous
Okay.
German once said 9.
Welcome to Jurassic Park.
Dungeon Master is also
Kyle, thank you so much for the sub! Thank you!
4 months of subs. Hooray.
Oh my.
Alright, so Ethan, if you could please switch to the map of the market, please.
Let's see what I can do. How about this one?
That would be fantastic.
Yeah, this is good. Okay.
So,
I'll just move these folks off to the side here. Ignore those NPCs.
up into the moment of our where the session ended last night, Sailor's Respite knows how to throw a party. The evening was filled with music. There's a lot more lights here than actually shown on the map. Also, my players, if any of you wants to look at the map of Sailor's Respite, I made sure to map this out as accurately as I could, but from an aerial angle. So
You
I'm
you
pretty
did
proud.
just yeah. That honestly, that yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, it helps when it's the same software for both maps.
Yep, thank you, Incarnate. All right, I'm gonna turn my fan on. It's getting warm because I'm getting excited.
You're not the only one.
So, the evening was full of merriment and shouting of people, lights and candles, and vendors with food, and people out and about dancing to music from a live band that was unfortunately not the Shackles of Freedom because they were a little preoccupied and didn't get the gig. But other musicians had stepped up and performed in the evening. We again ended when last night, looking into the reflection of the fountain, Baku was able to notice a brighter light behind them than the fountains and the lights strung about them. And in the reflection of the water, they could then look over their shoulder and see the bright shining light that was Temple Joaquin, the temple to Joaquin, the traitor god, traitor, not traitor, god in the of the town on fire. And
Welcome.
during
to
that
Jurassic
time,
Park.
then Gwen then noticed a flash of silver or steel,
Triangle,
rather,
welcome to the stream. Welcome.
go in from one person's pocket into the side of another. We now join the party. A scream rings out of the crowd as you then see a person that is slumped over into the arms of another, and you can see the hands of the person holding them are covered in red, and on the front of their body is just red dripping from an open wound onto the ground below, as it seems multiple stab wounds have in quick succession gone at this person. And you hear the person holding him go, "Oh my god, he's been stabbed! What's going on?" Baku, you don't know that the person holding this person is the one who stabbed. Gwen, since you were able to roll, since Gwen rolled high enough on the perception last week, thank Duo, you do know that the person holding this other person is the attacker. The rest of the crowd hears this, looks over, sees the wound, and starts to just scream. People are like, by all means, Sailor's Respite is a pretty brutal town. You know, there are fights and everything that get out here, but never murder, never stabbings that in the middle of a party, and the crowd starts to scream and people start to scatter. But in this time, Baku and Gwen, what do you do?
Well, I'm going off of all the stuff that Duo had put equipped previous session, so no spiritual weapon. But she is going to shout out, "Oh my God, Baku, did you just see? He stabbed that person!" And she's gonna try and cast Spare the Dying on the dead guy, if he's not already 100% dead.
Sure. Remind me what. Also, clip that real quick. Remind me what Spare the Dying does.
Spare the Dying, you touch one living creature that has 0 hit points, the creature becomes stable.
Gotcha.
So it essentially
Alright.
just keeps them from dying completely. We'll see. I don't know if the person's like completely dead or if they're still slightly alive. So she's gonna try and save that person while shouting out to Baku, "Get that guy!" Essentially.
All right. So you cast Spare the Dying on this person, and they do come to. They are. The wounds were fresh enough that the person does come to life, but is still now in the arms of someone, and they seem more just concerned with the damage, still unsure of what the fuck just happened.
It doesn't give them any hit points. It just like stabilizes
Oh, just
them.
no death saving throws.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So they're at 0, but they're stable.
They have a concerned but unconscious face expression.
There you go. But yeah, she's just gonna do that and then attack the person if she can, if Baku's not already trying to attack them.
Yeah, I mean, Baku would be confused, turning to the situation, trusting Gwen, but maybe confused by murder also cradling the person. But yeah, he gets his guns out and points them at this person.
All right.
What the? Wait, Gwen, you saw this person stab the other person?
Yes!
Alright, well, you got a few minutes to explain yourself.
I don't know what's going on. This person just collapsed and they're covered in blood. I don't know. Did anyone see what happened? As he calls out into the crowd.
And then run, try and kill him.
It did cut you out when you got.
Sorry.
No worries. Just say again what you said, please.
I saw you stab them! And then try and attack.
Can I have you roll me a persuasion check? Not so much for the person, but the crowd around. Because obviously you can't convince someone they did to do what they've done.
Yeah, I know. Okay, 14?
14, okay.
Damn it, I cut out.
You're good.
What did you do?
I was just joking. It's like, if Becca manages to persuade the person, they're like, wait a second, I am the murderer! Oh my gosh!
They realize that they did it. Ah!
You call out, I saw you stab them, and the person goes, what are you talking about? Why would I stab someone? As he rolled an 18 for deception. The crowd kind of looks to the person and looks over to you with kind of more a concerned face that you're accusing this good Samaritan of what they've done.
Can I tell if this person's lying?
Because I rolled a new deception check, please roll me a new insight check.
Oh, no, okay.
Fair enough.
Meanwhile, after that, I would like both of you to please roll me a perception check.
Passive perception's 19.
Oh yeah, passive perception.
Oh, Kyle.
I saw a whole thing about how passives need to be used more often, and I agree.
Can I go off of passive? Because if I don't go off of passive, my perception's an 11, because I rolled a 2.
Ooh.
So Kyle, that's a 21 insight from me.
Hey!
Nice.
Very nice.
Oh yeah.
Okay. One sec. Did I remove that page? There it is. There we go. There's my stats for y'all. By the way, I should also mention for those watching, just last session, all our group went up to level 9, with the exception of our artificer, who has not yet gone to take a long rest.
Guess who has one
He's been working.
slot?
I forgot about that. Oh my god. That's
Yep.
amazing.
So, going back into the moment here, with your 21 on insight, you, Baku, have been known to be a liar from occasion, a bit of a deceiving mastermind from time to time, and you pick up this tell from this guy that there's just a twitch in his eye and a flaying on his words that you just pick up of like, oh, this isn't, he's lying. And you can pick up from what Gwen has told you that this person is not telling the truth. A little bit of trust from Gwen, a little bit of picking up from this guy, and you know that this person is not what they appear to be. So can I get what those perception checks were again?
24.
11.
Rogues.
Damn. Okay.
Yeah.
No, we're actually gonna go off the passive perceptions here real quick. Too late. Holy shit.
Kyle, since I'm level 9 now, I want you to know that my stealth is plus 11. Okay?
Yeah.
Rogue shit, dude. Rogue shit.
Yeah.
All right. Also, did you say Gwen's passive perception is 19?
Yeah, because it's wisdom based.
Cleric
She's a
shit,
cleric.
dude.
So she has a plus
Nice.
1 wisdom, and then she gets her proficiency on top of that, which is a plus 4. So,
Clerics see everything.
Damn.
Yep.
I also
Mine's
forgot
only
halfway
16.
through. I was also looking at Murs, like, how'd you go from 14 to 19? But
yeah,
Only
yeah,
for
looking
wizards,
at
though.
wrong
Myra
one.
doesn't have that. But Gwen
Yep.
has passive perception and insight are both 19.
Okay. Baku, now glancing about, kind of more on edge, you notice another flash of silver. But this one, well, you didn't notice the first one, but this one is larger. And across from the other side, from a set of rather festive gear, is a purple robe. And a long scimitar is emerged from the robe. And before you can say anything, it arcs across the back of another villager, and there are now 2 would-be murderers in the crowd.
This guy also turned to us and said, "Who killed this man?"
And with that,
One of them.
Shank.
and
Oh,
with
no.
that attack, more of the crowd starts to scream.
Kyle,
By the yes,
would the captain and myself, regaling of her tales of long since past voyages in the Manticore's tale, since it is its proximity to the town square, would we hear the fire crackle or the screams of...
He's probably getting
Rioting.
to that. He's probably
Okay,
getting
sorry.
to that.
no, that. Thank you. But I will say, you might, but we're gonna get to that. You're a little occupied.
Fair enough.
So
Real quick, Kyle, what's the town name again?
this is Sailor's Respect.
Sailors respect.
Sanctuary
Respect.
Bay is also a name I've been using, as that is the landmass that you're on. But Sailor's Respect is the name of the town.
Respite.
Also, Manticore's tail is like on the other side of the island from the shit.
It is pretty far.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a big fire. Who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So what's next
Alright.
now?
Yeah.
So, the slash goes out across the back of one of the people, and more of the crowd starts to scream and panic, and people start running about. And with that, the attention is drawn away from this one instance, and suddenly people start noticing the fire above the church, fire across town, and you start seeing people freezing in place out of fear and running about in a frantic pattern and you see this person who is holding this knife-wounded person try to take the body and just throw it towards you. Sorry.
Which one?
As the body is kind of thrown just in your general direction, he starts to run the opposite way. What do either of you do?
All right. Did I add all the potions?
I mean, going at, well, how far away is he?
He's not gotten too far away from you yet. The throw is kind of his action. He is not super strong, so it takes a lot of his effort to chuck this person.
Guiding bolt.
Okay, please roll main attack.
This is the one that stabs somebody, not the one that's got the huge sword, right? Like the scimitar or whatever.
Correct.
That's a 19.
19? Alright. You fire off a guiding bolt towards this person as they start to try to run from you. The shot hits them into their leather armor and pierces through its defenses. Please roll me damage.
That's only 10 points of radiant damage.
Alright. 10 points of radiant damage. The guiding bolt pierces through their chest and off to the opposite side, and you see this person like slump over to like catch themselves but get back up onto their feet. Now running. Baku, anything you do as well? Go for the body, go chase after the person.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull out my guns and take a shot at them. Gonna draw old Sun and Moon out. And do a ranged rifle shot.
All right.
That's gonna be a natural 20 plus 8 for 28.
Already?
Oh.
First nat 20 of the night?
That's
Very
20 of the night.
Oh,
Very
wait.
nice.
You know what that means, chat? Let's do some biddies.
Hit it!
Wait.
If you can.
Baku,
If you
which
can.
one-
You don't have to. You don't have to. If you can. So
Thank
some
you,
biddies.
Ethan. Thank you.
Of course. Of course.
Wait, Baku, which one did you shoot, by the way?
The one that was
Yeah, the one that was running, the one that just
through the body and
he-
ran.
He had
Through the body
advantage, so
and ran.
doesn't that give him sneak attack?
It
Damage
does.
on it?
And sneak attack also doubles with the crit.
He might have. Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Please roll me
when a
all
rogue-
that damage, please.
when a rogue crits with sneak attack, it gets
Oh, boy.
really, really ugly.
It hurt. It hurt.
It's about to get real ugly. Sorry, this math is gonna be confusing.
By the way, also, hi Kira.
Yeah, Kira's in the chat.
Hey.
Hello.
So this is a double sneak attack?
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's-
for your sneak
yeah.
attack damage, double it.
You can also right click on D&D Beyond, and if you right click on
Yeah.
an attack roll, you can say you can say roll at advantage
Or roll.
or
critical.
it'll roll crit. Yeah,
Jeez.
It's gonna be dirty. It's gonna be dirty.
it's gonna be
This is
real dirty.
You know in Fallout
Explode.
when you can turn on that one thing to like make everything gorier?
Bloody mess.
Oh, that one perk? Yeah. It's, I feel like it's about to happen here. Because I got 17 plus 5 plus 20 plus 19 for 61 points of damage?
Holy.
Oh my god!
60. That's
Would
rogue.
that one shot? Okay, it would not one shot Baku, but it's close. So don't
That's
get
a
him kill
rogue.
himself.
61 points of damage.
Damage too.
That is half of Snapper's HP.
Yeah, that would put Baku down pretty bad.
That would KO Gwen if it hit.
Okay.
When the plus HP for Baku?
In,
She does. Wow.
By no means is this a boss moment, but please, Eric, how do you want to do this?
Hey. Cheers to you, Eric.
Cheers. Yeah. So Gwen tries to hit this guy, and he got hit, but he gets back up. He keeps going, and Baku's just like, not on my watch. So he gets out his sun and moon, and they start talking. He's like, boys, girls, we got work to do. And he goes down on one knee, Skypes this guy, and he goes, like, the hood comes off the guy or whatever, something. Headshot, just sun and moon, just making that rifle appear and lightning bolt him in the back.
Perfect.
So Baku goes for this crouching shot and like aims as this person's running, and like the crowd's crossing between your vision, but with the aid of the guiding bolts, there's just this moment where like the crowd parts perfectly, and you pull the trigger, take the shot, and this radiant shot fires out from your legendary sun and moon as it flies out the barrel and just like weaves between the crowd and strikes through the chest, which it then explodes out the other side of this one cultist, and then the line of the bullet you see go beyond, and you see another person in a purple robe pull out a sword and then have a horrified expression on their face as the shot fires and pierces through the chest out to the backside as two cultists collapse to the ground.
Yeah!
It's like, have you ever been eating cherry jello and then sneezed? That's what happened to this guy's chest.
That's a way to put it.
Kyle, that was super cool because I've never seen the DM do that before for that much overkill. Be like, yeah, you kill someone else too. Fuck it. Wow. That's awesome. That's super cool. I dig that.
That's why we love Kyle.
You want damage?
Damn.
You want to know how much health that guy had? 2d8! 2d8, guys! His max HP was the damage switch numbers.
Quinn almost got him to have health the first day.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's gonna do that much. Holy shit, well done, Eric. Well fucking done. Holy shit.
You'll love to see it.
61 points of
You
damage.
just love to see it. Yeah, you're right. You do love to see it.
You love to see it. Okay. With that, the shot rings out, you take out some cultists. We're gonna travel over to the Manticore's tail. Over at the bar.
No, that's not it.
That is the Black Stag.
Shit, where did that go? There it is.
Yeah.
No, that's also the black
Stag.
stag.
Over to the left.
There it is.
Yep.
It's also the Black Stitch.
Oh, that's what we have.
Sorry, I've got a lot of maps on here, folks.
He does. The evening is quite pleasant still in the Manticore's tail. Sitting at the bar, you have on the opposite side cleaning glasses and preparing drinks. You have the owner and your old boss, Merida, red-haired beauty with a cleaver and who's as good with the cleaver as she is with a sword, as you've seen many occasion. As well, sitting next to you, Captain Eli, the secret bronze dragon in human form, chilling next to you. And throughout the tavern, you see a variety of people. Some people you recognize, some people you don't. And Merida is regaling you with a tale of a story of an embarrassing thing that happened when Snapper used to be working here to one Captain Eli. When all of a sudden, Snapper, please roll me a perception check.
Gladly. 16. Soft 20. Woo!
Hey, very nice.
16 plus 4.
The sudden sound of squeaking of chairs surprises you as you look back to the rest of the crowd, but also then immediately at the door, there's like, the door's open pretty easily, but someone has decided that the best way to enter is by a good solid Sparta kick to the door. And in emerge two seemingly regular people, but at their side, they've already drawn two scimitars as they enter into the bar. As they see into the crowd, they just shout out, "For the wave and then are immediately cut off as a chain of lightning fires off from the mouth of one captain as it fires through the doors and deals...
From her mouth.
That is instant death to the party.
A lot of that going around tonight.
Shocker.
As this lightning strikes through the chests of these two, evil people at the door. As then a crackle from her mouth goes, and Meredith just goes, what the fuck was that? And she goes, potion of lightning breath? You always gotta have one on handy, and she gives a knowing wink over to Snapper. Snapper, you then notice also, looking at the tables, two patrons have stood up and have also put their hands on scimitars at their sides, a little frozen from the cackle of lightning that just emerged from the mouth of this woman in the bar. As a moment passes, though, they do draw their swords. Sure.
I'll look at Meredith and say, Meredith, whatever happens, just put it on me tab. I'm sorry if I break something, yeah?
Well, you know the rule of the Manticore's tale. No fights, no blood spilled on my floors, but if they're already starting that, then I think the rule can mute.
Make an exception for old Snapper for old time's sake, eh?
Mm-hmm. And she grabs something from beneath the counter and pulls out a cleaver and chucks it at these guys.
All right.
And that is a nat 20.
Yeah!
Hey, second one of the night already, folks.
You love to see it. You love to see it.
You do love to see it.
20. Oh my god.
You do love to see it. There's some bit more biddies in the chat. There's some biddies. Hey, little biddies.
Given that was only 11 points of damage, will not be enough for the kill, but this sticks into the shoulder of the one guy as he's like, fuck! And he goes to reach for it. The other one continues his rush towards you. Snapper, what do you do?
I goes on Schwarzenegger for a second. Yeah,
go full on. I look at the captain and go, my turn. And while seated, I pivot off my chair and swing around with the mountain and try and drive it straight into the abdomen of the fuck that's coming up against me.
All right, please roll me an attack roll.
21 to hit.
21 will hit. Please roll me damage.
So good. 17 damage for the first hit.
Oh, can't live from that.
Nope, you cleave this guy in twain.
As I see him hit the ground, I look at the other fuck and I go, your turn as well, yeah?
And then you see a blinding light ring out as Captain Eli, now their turn again, will cast Guiding Bolt.
It's my turn. I have 2
Oh,
attacks
you still have attack! Yep, never mind.
Barbarian!
Second swing will be a 22 to hit.
22 will also hit.
And I swing for a 13 damage.
Yep, and that'll be enough to finish that guy off.
I go. I cleave him in twain as well.
Is that also your first kill of the day?
Well, first and second kill of the day.
Yes, they are. So you get a charge towards the axe. Yes.
Yeah, because it's been a while. It's been a long rest since you.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Since the long rest, so you don't have the tiger thing.
I know, it's a sad day. I'll activate the spines.
Okay. With that, you gain 4 additional temporary hit points.
Nope. The spines, not the carapace.
Oh, you turn the axe into a +2.
I do indeed.
Ah, yes. All right. And would you like to absorb your second charge?
I can only absorb 1 charge a day.
Can you?
Yeah.
I think you need to
It
update.
seems that
I think you need to refresh your page, buddy.
it seems like after taking out such a large kill, it seems that the mountain
The weapon
has
leveled up.
evolved.
What?
Yo!
Oh my god.
Yes!
Kyle.
I get 2 charges on the mountain now.
Well done.
You have expanded the capillaries, I guess, of the.
All right. Sorry, folks, if I just blew out your eardrums by screaming like a little something or other. Can I can't do double spines, can I?
No,
To make it
unfortunately.
like a +3.
You also don't have to use it immediately. We've only used it immediately so far, but you can save it for later. if
I'm
you'd
gonna
like.
save it. I'm not gonna activate my second charge because they were such puny weaklings.
Mhm. Now- You still have the charge on the axe. It's just that you could use it later for healing, temporary hit points, if something happens to the axe and you want to do the +2 again. It's not.
I'll take Carapace then.
Okay. You then gain +4 temporary hit points.
Ugh.
He's a little baby carapace compared to his normal ones.
Right.
Yep.
And I'll look back at the captain and goes, "Well, that was fun. Who do you think they are?" And I'll swig of me ale.
Well, maybe if I hadn't interrupted them as they'd been so rude at the door, maybe we would have had more answers. You start to then hear the merriment from outside seems to have taken a shift, as well as you start to smell the smell. You start to smell on the air blackened smoke. As the captain then runs outside the front door, soon followed by Merida. Do you follow?
Of course.
You follow and go out the door, and looking out over this from across your way, you can see more easily the city, the town square, and the temple beyond. And you see an image I have not sent you yet, Ethan, that I will
Shit.
post in the chat real quick.
And I will pull it up. I will pull it up for the stream.
Mm-hmm. My apologies. I should have had this more.
You really should have. That's just bad DMing.
Please.
I know what, Kyle. I think you should make Ethan's weapon stronger now because you didn't send him the picture.
I think
I know,
you should take
honestly.
Ethan's weapon away because he's talking back to you.
I think you should make Ethan's weapon talk in an annoying voice just to punish him.
God.
Oh yeah,
Kyle.
like it doesn't shut up.
In the D&D Discord, there is an
Oh,
image
no.
for those of you who want to take a look at that.
And I will be pulling it up for stream here. It's
Hey,
Sanctuary Bay, but on fire.
Oh, cool.
Oh.
So
that's pretty cool. I
the
like
Manticore's
that.
tail A is where Snapper and the Captain are. The
Guys, the brothel's on fire.
Oh!
but the whores.
The sewers.
There's some whores in this house. There's some.
Hold on,
That
I
is
actually-
that is a wet ass pirate.
I actually added a
Oh.
new thing where people.
Oh.
I have a dedicated like thing to my laptop so I can pull it up, and then for a second now everyone has a full screen view of the tavern on fire, and then I can cut back to us.
Nice.
Oh
Look
no,
at that,
guys. Flint's lock and key is on fire.
That's not good.
Real quick, also, Amari, do you have some conflict music going right now? Because I sent the ambient music, but I'm missing some blood pumping, adrenaline fueled music. If you have any,
Oh,
Good
I
one.
was about to start playing this.
please.
Dun, 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 dun.
As soon as it started happening.
As soon as the ad passed.
For all of those who are wondering, we're playing yakety sax in our headphones on repeat. That's all it
Playing
is.
the Wii music.
But
The dubstep
but with
version.
awkward pauses.
Yeah.
No, the classic version, because I have no idea what's going on right now. I'm just in the bottom of the ship.
The Wii Shop music's happening for you. Yeah.
Well, we're about to find out.
It's all just like.
Okay.
We're
Go ahead.
We're about to find out, though, what Raz is doing as we cut down to the docks. Down at the docks is one lovely dressed Leah and one much more fancily dressed than they ever have been before, Yuki.
My robes are blue instead of red.
Fancy.
having a nice evening, enjoying each other's company and having a nice heartfelt talk, when you had noticed much brighter lights on the hillside. I need to turn that down just a little bit more. 1 second, as I just have to mess with my volume settings.
You're good. Just let me know when I need to because I've also been controlling
Cool.
like the panic crowd noises and stuff like that for me too over here.
Sure. I believe I had you guys roll a perception check last
Yes.
time. By you guys, I mean just you. All right. So you saw that the light on the hillside was getting brighter, and from this angle, you kind of more see like the light of the festival. You can't really see the market stands and what exactly is going on, but you can just see the top of Temple of Joaquin down from by the docks. And now the temple has gotten a little bit taller as the licks of flames are reaching above it, and black smoke is clouding the sky even more. As you notice from here, also the Temple of Joaquin that you guys had previously, the Church of Umber Lee off on the cliffside that you had explored your first evening in Sailor's Respite, also is on fire. And beyond that, you can also see some lights coming from the village, as well as some lights from behind you, above in the direction of Manticore's tail. That being said, looking about the bay, you do not see any fires there or any disturbances. But all the same, Leah is very concerned. A very concerned look on her face. Yuki, what do you do?
So we actually don't hear anything right now. We just still are hearing the ambience of the docks.
Yes,
We
this
just
is
know that
like
something's concerning.
this is like beginning of session again.
Okay, so yes,
The panic
now
has not yet started.
Yep, we fade to this, and yeah, I turn to Leia, and I just kind of like, I do not think that is normal. Something is not right.
No, that why would the church be on fire? That doesn't make any sense. That can't be on purpose.
Can you get somewhere safe?
Yes, and she makes a whistle, and Theo approaches as this wave just kind of comes up to the dock and stops. Only if you know where I live, I could probably hide out there.
Go there.
I'm not.
I have means of being able to reach out to you. Gwen can send a message to you.
Okay.
I am so sorry
And
that
she-
tonight has to get cut short.
There'll be more nights, hopefully. Just be safe.
I will, new friend.
And she puts a hand on your cheek, and she leans forward and gives you a small peck on the cheek. And she goes, make sure they all stay safe.
Of
And she
course.
jumps into the wave of Theo, and he takes her away as they go out of Sanctuary Bay, in the direction of what she had told you previously was the direction of her home away from town.
Then I look towards where the flames are flickering and where like the festival is. Crack my neck, crack my knuckles. I put on good clothes for this, and I just boom, like a bullet book towards wherever something's happening.
Okay. There's really only one way out of the bay. Maybe that'd be a bad security thing, but that seems to be how Sailor's Respite is built. So you make your way towards the steps you've taken a million times to go from down below up towards Manticore's Tavern, or Manticore's Tail. Meanwhile, Raz, far and away, focused on your work. Please roll me a perception check at disadvantage.
Kyle, do I also get to roll for my cat and Chester? One of them I can actually telepathically communicate with. The other one can only do, like, bad sign language to me with paws.
So I say disadvantage because you're enveloped in your work, and that it's very far away from you in the belly of the ship. So I would kind of assume that your pets are not really on high alert either, but maybe not enveloped in their work. So the telepathic connection you now have with your familiar, do they convey thoughts to you, or just allows you to talk to them when you wish?
I don't know that much about Find Familiar. It acts independently. I can communicate with telepathy.
Mhm.
I think I have to open it, pretty much, because it says I can communicate with A. It doesn't say anything about A communicating with me. Sure. Okay, so I'll just say no. Just a cat.
I will say roll a perception check for the cat.
Yeah. Okay, so Raz got a 7. The cat got a 23.
Jesus.
Cat's got +5 to perception. That's why I chose it.
Yep. So, Raz, you're working in your station here. You're hard at work. You are on the final touches of this item. You're like just finishing this thing up when your newfound familiar is suddenly like nudging you and like bumping into you, and you're very new with this cat and have no clue what it's trying to get across.
Well, I know it doesn't
the cat
eat.
Are you hungry? You need to go outside? Like, what's going on?
Real quick, everyone, just take a sip of your beverage and hydrate. Just thank
Hey,
you, Rebecca,
folks.
for the reminder.
This one's for you. I love this coffee cup.
Please roll me an insight check, Raz.
Oh, yes, another thing I'm very strong at. Oh, it's not awful. It's a 14.
All right.
14. All right. You can tell that like this thing is like trying to get your attention, but you're focusing in on this work. And as you like telepathically reach out to this thing, basically with the question of what, it speaks to you and like tells you what it has noticed with its perception check.
Above, I'm guessing.
Loud noises, fire and smoke. The screaming hasn't quite started yet, but like a sensitive nose would probably be able to pick up the smoke of fires, and fires are never a good sign for just about most things in life.
Okay.
What would you like to do? I'll say.
I know we've talked about this in the past for being open. Can I teleport throughout the ship yet? Is that a thing or no?
It's something you can try.
Yeah, sure. Why not? If worse comes to worse, I take twice as long to get upstairs.
Raz like places his hand onto the ship, and then like kind of like Harry Potter, like if I believe, and you lean forward and you slam into the side of the ship.
And then Raz, the second time, instead of going slowly, just shoves his face as hard as he can. Like, okay, it didn't work. All right, I'm gonna walk. Come on.
Then vines start to like kind of try to cover the damage of the board there. But as you start to make your way out the ship, you see out of the corner of your eye like a vine is kind of like following you through the ship. So you now have like Chester behind you, this new cat. Have you named him?
Yeah, his name is Lugnut.
Lugnut, that's it. Lugnut flapping behind you, Chester floating behind you, and this like a snake, this vine of the ship following you along the steps. And you make your way out to the top of the steps, and you look out and can now see, similarly, the lights of fires. The church of Umberlee is on fire. You can see in the water the reflection of light from behind you above the cliffside. And now you start to hear the screams of the crowd. And like a more panic starts to go through you.
Welcome
Okay, and
to Jurassic Park.
Okay. I want to give you a moment. There are still 2 more things.
Oh, sorry.
You then... Yay, subs! You then notice down by the dock one Yuki just zoom and just up the steps with their feline agility and monk speed, like just zipping their way towards the stairs. And would you like to follow Yuki, or follow Yuki's example?
Well, yes and no.
Mm-hmm.
I have a different plan how to get there faster.
What is Raz's plan?
Yeah, we want to see speed. First thing I'm gonna do is I'm putting the cat on my head and using that as my active perception now, so I can see through the cat's eyes and hear through its ears.
Cat goggles.
Pretty much, the cat's like, and then
Love it.
and then Raz is going to go onto one of the ballistas.
Oh no.
Before,
You mad lad.
as the ship's again alive and kind of able to sense your intentions here, the tendril next to you starts to remove itself from the dock and like reach up as it starts to grow taller than you. And then as it reaches the height of itself, it starts to wrap and like a flower blooms from it. And instead of petals and the I want to say antenna of the flower, I can't think of the word, a gem formed, the stamen. Instead, a gem starts to form from it, and then the bottom of it snaps itself and it falls into your hands, as you now have in your hands the staff of the Phalanx. Dallas, we don't have it written down, but please use the rules that we had discussed.
Got it. Also, it's not exactly your thing. We made it different.
Okay, I was
We
like,
use it as a
the
base.
thing I made, because Aquia has this in our other campaign.
I
We
know.
had a bit of confusion there.
Yeah.
Kyle had a week of confusion, wondering how could I find this in the inventory when he can't find it anywhere.
Because
I don't remember the rules we decided on. It's fine. My plan still is going to be the same. I'm going to go onto the ballista and shoot myself into town.
Mhm.
Which I will use. Chester will stay behind and follow after, because he needs the one to fire the ballista.
As you climb onto the ballista, at this point, I'd like to say we cut to Myrrh just riding off into the sunset on her warbound.
Already. She's riding.
Oh, you're-
Cassie's passed out in front of her. They're going full tilt to the next
They're
town to
having-
try and go find Barry and
They're having their own little adventure. They're so far away, we're not really actually going to cut away to them, but I'd just like to say they're still alive.
yeah.
But, Raz, as you climb onto this, and Yuki, as you rush off into the distance, Snapper and Captain Eli, you are standing outside of the Manticore's tail, and Baku and Gwen, you are in the center of town. You hear a voice, and it's strange because all of you hear this booming, thunderous voice, both in your ears and in your chest, as this loud, almost a roar, goes through your minds. I need everyone to please make me a wisdom saving throw. Related to fear effects, if anyone has anything about that.
Kyle, sorry, question about Staff of the Phalanx. Do I get do I still need to spend the time to attune to it? Is it just a stick right now for me? Or can we
You're
skip
attuned
that?
to it. For right now, you're attuned to it.
Okay, thank you.
We'll decide that later. Yeah.
Hey, Raz, could you explain what Chester is, please, by the way, for the audience?
Oh, sorry, Chester. I am an artificer, so I decided to imbue life into this monstrosity of a creature, who I named Chester. He is a box with a gem inside of him, and very sharp-like teeth, and he's covered in fur, and has tiny wings in the back.
He's
based him off-
basically just like a little walking bag of holding, almost, right?
No, you're not sort of. He is a box. He is just the box. I based
He
him
is
off
fuzzy
of
box. Yeah.
the Don't
He is
Starve.
technically a homunculus.
Yes.
Yeah. But he
I
looks
based
like
him
a
off the Don't Starve character, I guess I would call it. It's an item you can get Don't Starve where a small little chest thing follows you, and I loved it, so I decided to use that.
You can actually get that in one of the Minecraft data packs. There's a whole like mod pack for Minecraft that you actually can get a chest that follows you around. It picks up loose items for you.
Child, you say wisdom saving throw, by the way?
Yep. I need everyone to please make a wisdom saving throw.
Hey Kyle, Snapper got a 15, surprisingly.
I believe though, doesn't he get advantage against frightened effects?
if you're raging.
No, I don't. No, it's not if I'm raging. It's dex saving throws when I have advantage on dex saving throws. So
Yeah. When you can
I
see the
believe-
attack.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
No, I don't have to be. I don't have to be raging to see that. But if I'm raging, I can't. There's a lot of things that cannot work on me.
All right. So, 15 from Snapper. Becca.
That's 12.
12 for Gwen.
I rolled
Raz?
2.
Also
Oh.
a 12. I have -2 to mine.
Oh. Okay.
This is not good.
Baku.
Wisdom, right?
Yep.
12.
Why is everyone 12?
Because I wasted my 20 on killing two guys, okay?
And Yuki, please. 11?
11.
Or is that for 2?
It's an 11.
Well, 15's the highest.
Oh, I am all that is man. I have succeeded.
You hear again this booming voice, and then just like you can almost feel this like breath down your back as you hear coming from the direction of the temple of Joaquin. Wretched vermin, your flighty hearts have turned from Umberlee. You've forsaken the Wave Mother and impudently given your hearts to ignoble deities. You have forgotten her embrace. But fear not, we shall return you to her. The Wave Mother wishes it, the right-hand Sacrathel demands it, and we shall fulfill it. All of you are frozen in place for 1 minute.
Even me?
Is this
Yep.
Oh,
Oh, actually, no, 15? You did break it.
So good.
You're the only one who didn't.
what
no.
effect is this? What effect is this? Is this fear?
Yep. This is, let me get out the exact call of it. Voice of the Kraken.
Woof.
Well,
Hold on. hold
wait.
on.
What is the status effect that goes on us? Is the question.
Right.
Yeah.
Frightened?
You must succeed on, it was wisdom. A wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute.
Okay.
It-
Right.
Okay.
A frightened
So-
target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of its turns. So, each of you will get a chance every so often here to roll again. But
Okay.
But
Oh,
a
wait,
frightened
Snapper
creature
is
has
the only
disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while the source of its fear is within line of sight.
what is it?
And you can't move closer to your source of fear willingly.
But we don't know where the source of our fear is, so we're free to move no matter where it is until we see the source of our fear.
Well, I feel
Yeah,
like
you-
I know
How it
where
was-
the voice came from.
It was coming from the Temple of Joaquin, so
Okay.
that
Yeah.
direct. Each of you, as you hear this, again, frozen in fright, and you look around you, and especially in the more crowded areas, Gwen and Baku, you see this crowd around you that was starting to run around in panic and chaos all freeze. As if, like, frozen in place by a sudden storm, this paralyzation of fear that if they go in one direction or another, it will be their last move, and they're just frozen.
Oh my god, Baku, like, where did that come from?
I don't know.
Really scary, like, I don't like this.
This is a lot of voices talking inside of us that we signed up for, apparently.
We should probably find the rest of the crew, because this is scary.
Kyle, is the scimitar person still there? The other one?
Yes, the other person is there, but
Trying the best I can with that voice. Sorry, guys.
You're doing great. Love
no,
it.
it is amazing.
Hey, Yuki, real quick, where is Ping?
On the ship.
Okay, cool.
Ah, also a good question.
Yeah, when we docked it, it was on the ship steering it, and then I figured when we were gonna go out and about, we'd put it below deck with at Raz's lab.
It's like a
This way you could
sentry
just-
almost.
Yeah.
Okay,
In the car.
Does it scare people?
fair. Because this giant Frankenstein's monster of things.
Flesh golems are
It-
not
I mean-
good looking.
I mean, the NPC always goes down with the ship, so it's fine. All right, Kyle.
So to answer your question, yes, the person with the scimitar is there in the crowd, still frozen in place. But as he seems to kind of be looking about, it seems more that he held his position out of irreverence.
All right. Well, I am gonna lash out at this guy.
Can I
Take
have
an attack.
another wisdom saving throw from you to see if you can stave off the frighten effect?
Okay.
Gwen as well, or no?
Gwen can as well.
Alright.
That is gonna be a 12.
12, unfortunately, you still are succumbing to the frighten effect, but the speech was a little long. It's almost over. If you'd like it to be.
24.
24. Gwen does break free of the grasp of the frightened effect.
Gwen, processing this fear at lightning speed.
Oh my god, guys, like, this is scary. Like, ugh.
Kyle, just as a note, just let me know when I can technically take a turn.
Sure thing.
Okay.
So, while we're here though with the market group, what does Gwen want to do, since they've broken free of the frightening grasp?
They're not frightened anymore. The one cultist, well, 2 of the cultists are dead out of the 3. The other one's still up and alive. But the person that he attacked, is that person dead?
They have fallen onto the ground and have taken the time to bleed out, yes.
Okay. Well, that other cult, did she see that cultist? Or no?
The one that killed that guy?
Yeah.
Oh, he made a display. At least the way Kyle described it, he was like, he pulled it out and just was like, whap!
Well, I was trying to decide because I couldn't remember if we were going off of his passive perception. Gwen would have saw it. If not, she rolled like a 12. So I don't know
The
that she...
perception check did have you fail it, but it was that you didn't see it coming. The crowd still react. You do see a dead body, and again, the person's not hiding their sword anymore. They have brandished it.
See a guy in purple robes with the sword. Yeah, she will. Try and cast Toll the Dead on him. So need a wisdom saving throw.
Don't they need to have taken damage for that?
Nope.
No, it just
Okay.
does
It
more
dealt
when...
more damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wisdom saving throw?
Yep.
That is a 14.
Failed.
All right, roll damage for me.
Not like trying to find other dice that I don't use. 13 points of necrotic damage.
They are dead. How would you like to do that?
Yeah. She just kind of calls out, "That wasn't very nice," and kind of just like shouts at him like that, and he hears it and just falls down dead.
This bell rings in their mind as then they like reach for their skull, collapse to the ground, and then fall over dead.
Yeah.
Nice. Baku, before we leave, one more wisdom saving throw from you.
Teasing me. That's gonna be an 8.
8. The frightening effect is still affecting you for just a little bit longer. Meanwhile, we're going to cut down to the Manticore's tail. And Snapper, what are you and the captain doing at this time? The captain also succeeded on their wisdom saving throw, so they are not frightened.
Captain, what should we do? I gather us a crew and head towards the ship, yeah?
Well, it sounds like this town's under attack, and we are going to be defending it as best we can. And I need both of you to roll me a perception check.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, so close.
17.
So my dice tray is pretty even, but there's like a little indentation for the logo in the middle, and it teetered between a 20 and landed on a 14.
Oh.
17 for me.
17, landed on a 14, which is then... That makes her a 16. Okay. Alright, so you both then notice the crackling of fire and the smell of smoke, and you look behind you, and back towards the tavern you see two people in plain clothes, but these masks on their faces with this like webbing of tentacles reaching out to the sides, with two simple holes for the eyes, and in their hands... Excuse me.
Good. No, that was a clutch save.
Did not come up on mic at all.
That was
Well,
super
let me put
muted.
up.
That was perfect.
I
Yeah.
just thought he was like building it up, and then suddenly like, and then there's two holes, and then, and then the sneeze, and I was like, oh, okay.
And then achoo!
Oh, that was fantastic.
Instead of in their hands seeing scimitars, you then see two torches in hands, and they are bringing them onto a pile of rags on top of a set of barrels to the side of on the Manticore's Tavern, looking to try to light the restaurant on fire.
Don't burn down the bar, okay? And I rushed towards him and hit with me the mountain.
All right, please roll me an attack.
That's a 12.
12 is matching. So please roll for damage.
Snap on a 1.
That was a 1.
Basically.
That was a 1.
That was a nat
Oh
one?
no, then that was a 1. Then
I
that
get a
is not
plus
automatic.
no, actually, you know what? I get a plus 12 to hit right now because my bonus.
But
So
a
that would
1
actually be a 13 to hit.
But a 1 is always a failure.
Not always. It doesn't
In-
always
in
have to
Kyle's
be.
game, it is.
It doesn't always have to be.
It's Kyle's game.
I mean, with a plus
DM.
12 to hit.
Yeah, that's Kyle's decision.
It's up to you, Kyle.
1s are failures and 20s are crits. It's the
Alright,
weird
alright.
thing of the... So, first one will
So-
not land, so please roll me a second. If you have your
swing
2
will
attacks.
be- second swing will be a 26 to hit.
Okay, that definitely hits.
Ow. Ouch. Sorry, that was a cat claw in my arm.
So now please roll me damage.
13 damage.
13 damage, you also then cleave this guy.
Alrighty.
The second one's
Wayne, is he dead or is he just?
you do strike him down.
Oh, good. With two weapon fighting, with two weapon fighting, I know I don't have a second weapon on me, but can I use my beak or claw attack as a second weapon for two weapon fighting?
I would say since the mountain is a two-handed weapon now.
Okay, cool. I was just checking because I know I could take bonus action as a third attack, with two weapon fighting. So.
Plus you got to give your captain a moment because they are going to cast a guiding bolt out towards the other one.
Ah.
That is a 23 to hit. So then that is shit. That is shit. 6, 10, 14 points of damage from guiding bolts as some radiant damage flies out past over your head. And, I forget D&D Beyond and Dice Roller all the time. Flies out across the way and strikes them, and it goes from shoulder to shoulder, and everything in between is gone.
Bravo.
Change of plan. I
Okay.
defend the Manticore's tail. You match up with the crew.
All right. Here, take this for good luck. And I flicker a coin from the lead coin pouch. It's got my face on it.
I love it. All right,
It's a snapper coin. I got it from the Dijin.
that's great. I'll hear more about it later. Get to the church.
I want to imagine that Snapper keeps forgetting that he's already given the captain one of those coins.
Yeah.
So he's just gonna
Also,
continue to be like
Oh
give
no,
coins to people he's already given.
Ethan did not remember that he's going to count to the coin.
You have.
Also, it's not a Jen that you got it from.
Ethan
Jen
is not a
specifically-
smart person.
Yeah, I know that.
I rely on my looks. All right, this is the moneymaker, not this. All right, folks?
Genie and Jin. It's like
Same fucking thing. Like,
it's
come on.
like
Jen is
tomato.
Jen is
even
a
though it's wrong.
Type
Yeah, but
of-
who says tomato? Honestly.
So he runs
I
off.
go what you mean, though.
Anyway,
He
It
runs
is
off to the
technically
church.
wrong. Meanwhile, Yuki, please roll me a wisdom saving throw.
As I'm running and the booming voice yells out, and I stop and I succumb to the fear for a second, and it's just like, take a few deep breaths. And I remember some moments in the temple of my training. And I remember some lessons that I've learned, especially along the way. And I use stillness of mind
there
to
you go.
kill the fear effect.
Very nice.
Monk shit.
Function.
Yay!
You break free from the grip of fear using your training at the temple and continue on your journey. Where are you headed?
Yep.
Where are you headed?
Oh, yeah, towards the chaos. Like, towards the center of towards wherever the screams are the loudest, to try and just see if I can find familiar faces or at least start helping and like
Alright.
herd people to safety.
Make me also a perception check.
21.
21. When you make your way up the stairs, you are like tuning your senses towards trying to find the chaos, and you can hear in the distance that there are a lot of screams from about town. But the largest collection of people, and therefore the loudest amount of screams, is still going to be from the marketplace. As you do hear the cries coming from throughout the town, as well as you hear the gurgling death cries of 2 people getting killed over by the Manticore's tail. And you look over and see both your captain and 1 snapper.
I'm gonna start booking it towards the market where I heard the bigger screams.
All right. Meanwhile, back down to the Drunken Dragon. Raz, please roll me a wisdom saving throw.
I also want to say, Chester did pass the saving throw, and he is the one who will be firing it, but...
Still frozen in fear, flying through the
I
air.
don't know if Humoculus can get frightened.
They can, they're not immune to frighten.
Oh, okay, cool.
That's a 4 total, so I am very afraid right now.
Oh no!
Braz, you've been like bullied your whole life by ones bigger than you, and you've just heard the voice of something bigger than your ship. You are terrified.
Am I flying into the town right now, or did it shoot me yet, or...
We had not gone to the firing before the voice.
Okay, well I'm saying that the trigger who I told to shoot me is not feared.
Gotcha. So, you are terrifiedly gripping onto this ballista. I'm gonna say that like this was like the you had gotten yourself prepared. How?
Oh,
like before the frightening call had gone out, you were prepping for this ballista. What were you doing with it? What was your plan?
My plan was to aim it so it arcs over the town and doesn't hit any buildings.
Okay.
I had a plan to land, but...
All right.
That goes.
The ballista fires as it streaks through the sky. Please roll me another wisdom saving throw. We'll say 6 seconds are gonna pass very quickly while you're flying.
There we go. That's a 15 total.
Okay. You make 15. As you are flying through the air, the adrenaline has super kicked in, and the fear has lessened on you. So now, what is your plan while flying through the sky?
Oh, once I'm about over the center of town, I'm just gonna fall off it.
Okay. So, flying through the sky, you release this, and...
And right before I hit the ground, reaction, feather fall. My last spell.
There we go.
Oh
Feather fall, you cast on yourself, and you start drifting down towards the city. Please roll me a perception check, will you?
Oh, even with the cat's perception, that's an 8.
Oh,
8.
buddy.
Okay.
Can't solve bad rolls.
With the 8, you are too distracted by the lights dancing around you as you see about town people are running. And it's not so much that you can't see, it's that there's so much to take in right now. You can never really quite make out what is happening. As you see from the center of town, you see the gunfire and bright lights of Baku and Gwen. You see towards Manticore's tail, you see the guiding bolt of a captain, but you're not quite sure from who actually it was from here. You're seeing the fires from town and people starting to run around, and you're seeing other people start attacking each other. You're seeing knives and swords, and there is mayhem in the streets. There are torches going around, and off in the distance you see Flint's place as a bright light erupts from the front of the store. As you then see 2 purple-clad people fly into the distance, and one tiny gnome lady emerge with a fucking cannon at her side, and even from here you can see her face cackling into the night.
Just watch out for the gunpowder! There's lots of gunpowder in there! Go floating down. It's gonna explode!
Roll me a D8.
D8? No problem. That's a 7.
And where were you also trying to send this? What direction? What were you hoping for?
I was hoping to land near the center of town so I could go to any direction evenly.
Alright.
Because I'm not exactly sure what's going on. I just heard commotion and explosions now.
And what was your roll again, sorry?
7.
7. You have pretty good aim as you start flying over the town, but you're just a little off. Your calculations weren't quite set when the frightening effect got you, and you had a bit of a delayed response as you start going down over top of what was the Nightingale's brothel.
Oh, wait, that's on fire.
That is on fire. You are falling slowly, so you can kind of start to angle yourself in a direction. You're not exactly aerodynamic, but you also do have a flying familiar, so you're able to just kind of get a little bit of a pull in one direction or other. But it's also gonna take you a bit to fall.
Okay.
Okay. Meanwhile, let us cut back to Snapper then. Ethan?
Uh-oh. Freeze?
You might have to give him.
Oh,
his
no.
headset might have died.
I was like, you guys are standing a little too still.
Oh, I'm not even in the frame because I am making myself a painkiller right now.
I also lost Ethan and the stream.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I'm worried if it's his computer.
You're not. We can't even see you.
Oh no.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, I think it's Ethan's computer. Everything on my end looks fine, but Ethan's frozen and everything. So
Ethan is dead. Okay.
give us a second, and I will hand my headset over to him, and he can talk to you through that. I just need to top off my drink real quick.
Well.
Nutmeg.
Man, I wish Ethan was here with us now.
Cool. Okay. Ethan. He said, hold on just a second.
In the meantime, then, Amory, what is Yuki doing?
Finding where, as soon as I can see either conflict or, people that are in panic, I'm either gonna try help herding people towards somewhere safer, or get into a fray and start defending innocent townsfolk from whoever would-be attackers are doing this.
Sure.
You're gonna start hurting?
Hey, we can hear you.
I'm on Beckett's headset right now because my computer decided to just update Corsair's.
Great.
Fun. Super cool.
Super fun.
Should we take a break then?
We can take a break.
Let's just do a 5-minute break. Yeah, I need to get water anyway. So
2 seconds, folks. We'll be right back.
thank you everyone for your patience. We're just gonna take a water break.
Hasta la vista.
mechanic
Do,
stuff.
do, 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 do.
And we will
Sorry,
be
sorry,
right
everyone.
back.
Back in the chat. We are back in 3,
Bam.
2.
That's already back.
And then Baku became a god.
He pulled out a
Welcome
gun and
back,
shot more
everybody.
people.
You timed that out pretty well, actually, Kyle.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys.
My fault. My
Blame
bad.
Ethan.
My computer decided to update.
No one's fault.
It's not always fun.
So, we're
I
gonna
have
continue the. We're gonna
Make
continue the
yourself.
focus on Yuki. Oh boy,
Okay.
in the correct
Yeah,
trouble.
my bad.
So, Yuki, please roll me a perception check. You said you were looking for danger and all that jazz.
Either danger or familiars.
Mm-hmm.
That was 18.
18. All right. You hear the frightened cries, not angry cries, frightened cries of the town square and the people ahead of you, and you see to your right, between a few of the buildings, possibly heading from Flint's or the brothel, heading maybe towards the temple or the square. You see 3 individuals, swords drawn, and these masks on their faces. These tentacles rippling to the side, as if the bottom of an octopus is plastered onto their foreheads. Please roll me a religion check.
16.
16. Amongst the tentacles, you're able to make out in like the palm of their forehead, the center of their forehead, is the symbol of 2 crashing waves. That these seem to be tied towards Umberlee, but the symbol seems distorted, like claws across it or some kind of a smear. Either way, these seem to be tied to the cultists that you had attacked about a week ago.
I'm gonna see if I can get as close as I can and just punch one in the face.
All right, run up and attack.
Yep.
Okay. With your speed and agility, roll me a stealth first.
I've been waiting to use this so long.
God damn.
Okay, so
Dear God.
my spell. Oh, I'm not gonna. It's a nat 20.
Oh shit! Look at that.
There it is. You see it. You'll love to see it.
That was beautiful.
Nat 20.
All right, Yuki Wookie, if I could have you please roll an attack at advantage, please, as you punch. There are 3 individuals, one of which is, all of which have scimitars, but one of which is dual wielding a scimitar in one hand and a torch in the other.
Absolutely, yeah, coming up. 18.
18 will hit, so again, which one are you attacking?
The one that has the weapon.
Okay. So please roll me damage.
7 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right. So you fly across and strike him in the face. Did you roll at advantage?
Yes.
Okay. I was just checking. So you strike the one in the face. He did not hear you coming at all, as well as being preoccupied with this wonderful evening in his mind. As he is thinking of what to do next, what building shall be pilfered, as then a punch to the back of the head as you strike him for how much again was it?
7 points. Do I have enough time to get my second punch in?
Sure, but what was the damage? I didn't hear the number.
7.
Thank you. All right,
7.
getting your other attack.
Other attack, go!
Mhm.
Oh, wait! That was a nat 20, so it actually is... Hold on. I rolled that was actually 9. Sorry.
9 points of damage, so
9
another 2
points.
points of damage.
So another 2
God
points.
damn it.
Yeah.
God damn it, Christy. Kira.
Good.
You.
Uwu.
Oh god.
Come on, give us an uwu. Give us an
Hold
uwu.
on, because that was another nat 20.
That's
No.
insane.
Double nat 20s.
Oh, the uwu is so creepy.
The rage of uwoos. Or flurry of uwoos.
So I gotta
Oh.
another one. And that is, ooh, you love to see it. 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
Damn, very
You'll
nice.
love to see it. You have to hear it.
Pop, pop, you get one hit to the side, and as he turns, what the? You'd like clock him upside the jaw, and you just hear like a cracking and a tooth fly. And you see you can see a little bit of blood as like you just went in 2 punches, just hit this guy twice, discombobulating. Duo in the chat.
Hey.
Oh,
Duo, you just caught a double 20.
If you don't have sound on, you need it to listen to Tiny Yuki, who's not tiny. Although if you don't have sound on, you can't hear me say you need sound on.
That's very true.
You can type it
Very
into
true.
the chat.
Okay, she can hear. All right. So sorry, Duo. Gwen's dead. Sorry. No.
Yeah.
You hate to see it. You
Kazzy did it too! You didn't even...
Fine.
really
Kazzy
hate to
killed
see it.
Gwen.
What? It's fine, dude. You come back with the bard.
Cassie's not even there.
Becca has the character all made up already.
No.
No,
Gwen
you're
is
good,
fine.
you're good,
Gwen
you're
is
good,
fine.
you're fine.
I'm just being a dick.
But Kazzy is evil.
So, strike, you knock this guy's like fucking jaw out of place. But he is still standing, even though he's fucked up. So,
So then
Against
I
better
use,
judgment, he is still standing.
my bonus action for one more.
okay.
There you go.
Because monk.
Nat 20, come on.
Dirty 20. It
Ah, that would have been funny.
would have
Still
been
good.
All right. Dirty 20 still hits, so please roll me an attack.
9 more points.
9 more points of damage. As you hit this guy one more time, it's as if he wasn't even wearing leather armor. As the sword and torch fall to the side as pop, 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 and then one final strike, and you shatter this guy's jaw, and the shockwave goes through, and he slumps to the ground. He is out.
And then I look at the others.
All right. And definitely frightened, but not quite gonna turn down a challenge here. These 2 fanatical folks come at you with their swords, and that is a 6 and a 16.
I deflect them with my bracers, pow, and I dance through the other strike.
All right.
Nice.
That is both their turns then, because they only get 1 attack each. You're up.
Absolutely. I go for the one that swung at me 1st,
Mhm.
and will use this die, actually. Well, this one's been rolling fine, so... 25.
All right, 25 will hit, so please roll me damage.
10 points of bludgeoning.
10 points of bludgeoning damage. With that, you just hit this guy just right in the solar plexus, and he just lets out a oof as he falls to the ground.
He's out?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, so then I turn to the next guy and follow up.
All right.
Ooh, that one might not hit. That one's 11.
11 does not hit.
Ooh. Bonus action, one more! A dirty 20.
Dirty 20 will hit. Please roll me damage.
Ooh, 11.
11 points of damage. This guy also takes his hit, but he does still stand from that.
Ooh. I just kind of
and then
brace myself, waiting for him to come to, follow up.
All right. He is going to reach out, and he reaches for you with his empty hands instead of the sword in his hand, and he goes to try to go for a touch attack.
Touch it, touch it, touch it, touch me.
That is a 15.
Nope. So then I kind of just catch it.
As
like
you
the-
catch his hand, you see this like sizzling in his palms of necrotic ichor.
So then, is it back to me?
Yes, it is back to you.
I'm gonna break this guy's face. That is a 14?
14 will hit, so roll me damage. I can tell these guys weren't exactly combats ready. They were not. They're ready for civilian more so.
10.
10. 10 damage it is. And with that, you grab this guy's arm. No. How would you like to do this?
Hey, okay. Yeah, goes for the thing, and like Mr. Smith, Agent Smith, I just catch it, and before he can like release the energy, twist the arm into like an arm bar, break it open, then follow through to the back of the head with a knockout.
Nice.
You do that, and you bring another one of these masked individuals onto the ground.
Is there
Roll
anyone...
me a perception check.
I was about to say, is there anyone around that are, looking for more fights or looking to do more things? 22.
22. All right. You notice a few things. One, that there are still a few people who are still like frozen in place, still deciding yet if they should stay to try to obey or run and hide or flee for their life. Doesn't really look like anyone here is in the will to fight, especially the people you've just knocked the fuck out / destroyed their faces. But of the one you have knocked down, you have knocked the mask from their face with that last hit. And as the body rolls over unconscious, you see that like their eyes are an unnatural yellow, and instead of having round pupils, they're slitted. As well as you start to see on their face mostly a human features, but then like scales on their brow.
Okay.
Oh, Kyle.
Yeah.
Okay.
But with that, though, it doesn't really look like there's anything else, but you do see also some blood splatters and some trails of blood leading towards the direction of the marketplace and towards the blacksmith shop, the 9 paces.
I start running towards there.
The 9 paces or the marketplace?
Where the blood is going towards the 9 paces?
Yep.
Then I go
There's some going towards the marketplace, and there's some going towards the 9 paces. All right.
Yeah, I'll go towards the blacksmith's part.
You run inside of the blacksmith shop, and you see... Well, you see a lot. Scattered about the floor, you see puddles of blood. Piles of blood. It stacks so high. Puddles of blood scattered about, and you see multiple bodies on the ground, and one very large figure standing. As you see one half-over Crete clutching in his body what seems to be the dead form of Raru, the blacksmith. But surrounding them are the absolutely maimed bodies of multiple cultists. As you just hear a sorrowful cry from Creed as he cries over Raru's body.
I'm too late.
As you say out to him, you see Creed like cover the body and pull from the side just like a rack of weapons, but he's literally just holding the rack. Basically wielding like 6 blades on attached to the rack in one hand as he swings it about. And he just, Yuki, Raru's dead. They killed him. And you just see him brimming with rage, as one Yuki has felt many a time in your life.
We need to find the clerics. They can help. There has to be something we can do. Not too much time has passed. We can do something. We must.
Where?
Come with me. Come. And I'll
and
run
he
out.
gets up and starts to follow.
I'll run out and I'll start running towards the temples.
All right. At this point, you start to make your way towards town, and I'm going to say at this point, then you start to catch up with the Baku, who you've now stave off the frightening as the effects seem to have waned. I will say it's your call if you'd like to, what Baku would like to do, but the minute is up, and unless Baku would like to fake being frightened any longer. And Gwen had already beaten the call as well. Meanwhile, let's go back to our other folks here. Snapper, you are the farthest away, unless you want to count upwards for Raz. So,
I'm hearing, well, me and the captain coming outside, both of us seemingly not affected by the rage. Will both of us be privy to where the screams are coming from, at least?
yeah, you both are able to make out the screams and the cries of crowds are coming off from the Temple of Joaquin.
Look at the captain go, Captain, permission to crush some more fucking skulls.
Okay. You start rushing on your way, and I'll say probably just catch seeing Crete and Yuki make their way out of the tavern, following behind after you've taken care of these folks, leaving the captain behind. You see the mangled bodies of a few cultists, as well as some people that you'd seen around town, maybe people who had been customers of yours, or people you had just seen in the marketplace from your times around, but there definitely has been some bloodshed.
Shame. Bit of shame. Fucking keep moving towards the Temple of Joaquin, and
Roll me a perception check.
subsequently the market as well. Perception check is going to be fucking 9.
9.
Not amazing, but you know, I'm not quite raging yet, but I'm starting to, the blood red eyes are starting to creep in a bit, and I'm starting to foam at the mouth a little bit, getting prepared to kind of go, all right, it's time to go crush some fucking skulls open.
And as you're thinking this, your wish might just be granted as a scimitar comes from around the corner and swings down towards you.
Now,
His stealth being higher than yours, you didn't see him coming, so with an
Fine.
advantage, though, that is a nat 20.
Oh, celebrate the DM ones too.
yeah, celebrate it as well. I
That being said, that... Oh, shit.
I stand at attention as I see him pop out of the shadows and drive his scimitar into me chest. I stand looking at him dead in the eyes and go, bring it on! And I accept it with full vigor.
As you accept his blade as it slashes across your shell for 12 points of slashing damage.
And I look at him and go, you fucked up.
And he is still a low level, that he only gets 1 attack per turn, so it is now your turn to retaliate.
I bonus action rage.
Oh no!
Oh, just a little rage, you know, here and there, just a little something I like to cook up. And I go, it's my turn now, motherfucker! I swing the mountain down at the top of his skull, and a 19 plus 11, that'll be a 28 to hit.
28 to hit hits.
17 plus... actually, that would be a 29 to hit because it's a plus 3 instead of plus
29 doesn't hit. Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry, yeah. So it'll be a 19 damage for the first swing.
19 damage. No, there is no second swing unless you want to hit a corpse.
I mean, fucking, I'll split him in twain right down the middle.
Alright.
And then I'll take my second swing, instead of with the mountain. But is there anyone else in my vicinity that needs attacking?
Roll me a perception check.
Alright. 15.
15. You just see people running. Some your direction, some towards towns. No one seems to be running at you with malice intent.
I keep running towards the marketplace in Temple of Joaquin.
Mm-hmm.
I'll use me rage to give me extra speed, which isn't actually a thing in 5e, but I'm making it one. Rage run! Ah!
You just run faster when you're angry. Everyone knows that.
Yeah.
Anime has taught me that, at least. So, as you make your way into town, before you meet up with the rest of the group, what is everyone else doing here? And by everyone else, I mean Yuki, Baku, and Gwen.
So at this point, we've met up, us at
Mhm.
least. So yeah,
Yeah.
I turn to them and I just go.
And Kree.
Yeah, I turn to them and I point at Kree and who's holding Raru, and I'm just like, Gwen, is there still time that we could help Raru?
What do you mean?
Raru is
happened?
dead.
Oh, give me, yeah, I should be able to do something.
If it's either you or the clerics at the temple, but we either have to help the temple or you do this now.
I can do this. Just give me a moment. Oh, where is he?
Kree, put the body down.
Kree just rests the body down, cautiously, like putting the head down last gently. You see that he has like wounds across his chest. This man has taken a lot of damage.
Gwen's just gonna kind of look and go. There's a couple things I can do really quick. So either I can like try and raise dead, but that's gonna take a minute. Like it's literally gonna take a little bit for me to do that. It's gonna be an hour. It's gonna be an hour to actually do that. However, but I can. There's this other thing I can do, and we'll just kind of have to leave him here. But general repose.
General repose.
And she'll do that on the body. So that is, you touch a corpse or the remains for the duration. The target is protected from decay and cannot become undead. It also effectively extends the time limit on raising the target from the dead, since days spent under the influence of the spell do not count against the time limit of such spells such as Raise Dead. So this spell will last for 10 days. So she now has 10 days to raise dead.
Okay.
Because raise dead takes an hour. He's been dead for longer than a minute. Revivify, you have to
Revivify
do it
would
within
work.
1 minute.
Oh, okay.
So Revivify doesn't work.
Yeah.
So raise dead is the
Wait,
next best thing.
has he been dead for more than a minute, Ko?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just
So
checking.
because
We
he's been dead
hadn't
for longer than a minute,
said that, but that is true.
I kind of
Yeah.
assumed. Just because
getting his
tension-wise,
body-
yeah.
yeah, getting his body, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so general repose, that takes an action. It's the second level spell slot gone, totally fine. And yeah, Revivify is not gonna work right now. So we have 10 days now to bring him back, but it's gonna take an hour, and we don't have that kind of time. So
Alright. So and I look at Gwen after she does like that thing, and she tells me, you know, it's gonna take that now she has 10 days to do that. And I look at her and I go, okay, now tell him. And I point at Kree.
and she's like he's still dead, but I can bring him back and he'll be okay. But we just need to. Can you make sure that his body stays okay and like that nothing else harms him and everything? And as soon as all of this is done, like I promise I will be back here and I will bring him back. But it's gonna take it takes an hour, and we don't really have that time because like all this other stuff is going on. So like I kind of really need to go help them, but like he's okay right now, and like he's sleeping right now. And when we get done with this, then I'll come back and I'll wake him up. Okay?
So, Kree, high with Raru.
Yes.
Kree, no good hiding places.
And Gwen's gonna look around, and what buildings are not on fire?
Well, if you'll take a look at the map, the marketplace seems to have been untouched so far. The
But also
fire.
Wonder Emporium.
Wonder Emporium is not on fire, as well as off in the distance the Lighthouse, the Manticore's Tail, the Eternal Slumber Inn. There are some houses that are not on fire, but that area seems to be kind of scattered throughout and might be problematic.
Yeah. So, well, guys, I mean, so, like, Wonder Emporium's, like, right there, so we can send him there. But, also, like, the Manticore's tail, and, like, is the captain still there? Is the captain still at the Manticore's tail? That's the last place that she is at. So, go either talk to Phil at the Wonder Emporium, or go to the Manticore's tail, and, and we'll meet you there after.
Okay. And he
Okay.
runs off with his large steps, but still a pretty quick gait as he makes his way through the town. You see him cautious, clutching this body, and still dragging the weapon rack behind him.
That's amazing.
Good job.
Okay.
Whenever Ethan gets back to the computer,
I'm
I'll
back,
say
I'm back,
Snapper
I'm back.
has arrived as well, passing, just catching Creep there as he's about to leave the group.
I just got a big slash across my chest, and I come up heaving out, and just a little foam in the mouth. Who the fuck's attacking the city? What the fuck's going on? Someone tried to set his Manticore's tail on fire, but I slashed him in half. What's going? Who's it? What's happening?
Whatever it is, it's coming from the temple. I believe we all heard that presence.
Yeah.
Let's go
I think
face
we
it.
gotta head towards that. Yeah.
Let's go do this.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Can I have each of you please roll me a perception check, the four of you?
Soft 20.
Kyle, there is something I want to do before I land, if possible.
Okay. Before we get those numbers then, Raz, what are you up to?
Perfect. So I
Also,
am
please roll me a perception check as well, but we'll get to that in a second.
Okay, so while I'm floating down, I look around and I see Fyre over there, right?
Yep.
So I'm going to hold onto my new staff and
Mhm.
bite onto it,
Mhm.
and then 120 feet above me, I'm going to cast Tidal Wave.
All right.
So water will rain from the sky.
All right. I like it.
Yeah.
The only material component for it is a drop of water, so I just use my own spit. Like, huh.
you spit into the air, channel the energy of the staff, and then the spit just flies towards the sky and just emerges from it, just sprouting out this wave of water that comes down past you, expanding and expanding until eventually it goes from being a solid wave of water to just like a bit of rain falling, or a heavy rain, I should say, not a bit of rain. But it starts sprinkling out, and you see it starting to strike bits of the market, the brothel, as well as it even reaches out towards the 9 paces, and also hits Wonder Emporium, which still seems fine. But it does start to, you see it hitting some of the water, hitting some of the fires, and it does seem to be having a positive effect. There is just a little bit more damage. There are some fires that are kind of still under the roofs, so you know, your not modern fantasy fireman does seem to be having an effect on the flames, but it is not out. Is having an effect.
I did my part. I was like, I can put out fires.
Roll me a perception check as well.
My perception was 23.
23.
Was also 23.
Hey! Baku, Gwen,
Baku rolled a 9.
9. Gwen.
Is that a 1? Oh,
Sorry.
no.
There you
As a 13, unless you want to go with the passive of 19.
are. Still trying to go for
And
that passive.
Snapper, please.
Soft 20.
Soft 20. All right. Okay, so what order here? So, Raz, you have the best view of this, as almost comedically right after you said, looks like we need to make our way towards the temple. The far door to the side, as you can kind of see in the map, explodes out with fire. A large bang rings out across the night as the western branch crumbles.
Holy crap.
The southern
Oh,
part of the
shit.
temple still seems to stand, though there is some flame about it, as the lights shines from there. But you see this part of it, and you feel the shockwave of Raz. You would recognize what was probably black powder, ringing out from the temple. All of you are able to feel this as it rings out, but again, Raz, you just have the best view. And as this shockwave goes through each of you, Snapper and Yuki, you're able to notice coming into view is the slow floating blue figure of Raz in the distance.
What the?
Huh.
With a cat on my head, by the way.
And a staff in hand you have never seen before.
Well, this is very convenient, and I'll just kind of hold my hands out to, like, catch him.
No, still in the distance, off to the other side of Market, not quite overhead.
Oh, okay. So I just see him, and I'm gonna just like,
Mhm.
is that Raz?
Mary Poppins down. Yeah.
I'll be right back, and I'll run to see where he'll land, so I can get him and then bring him back.
Raz, have you done anything to change your course?
No, I'm
Are you
not
still-
falling into fire anymore, am I?
Well, you were originally like over Eternal Slumber in, but you did cast the rain cloud that like the tidal wave that turned into a rain cloud to put out some of the flames. So
Okay, for however much control of my movement, I don't want to land on fire. So
Okay.
if I can, like, swim in the air to get away from that or whatever I need to do.
you have a flying cat.
The cat, I don't know how much the cat can lift. It's got a very low strength.
Well, it's not
And
lifting.
how much do you weigh, Raz?
It's got a strength of 3. I don't care if I weigh 15 pounds.
Yeah, it's not gonna.
This is also not lifting. This is just pulling you through the air. It's giving you a slight change of direction if you want to go somewhere.
Yes, I don't want to land on fire, so I'll try
Okay.
to land in the street in front.
All right, you try to land near / in front of the Nightingale brothel. Yeah. Okay. Yuki, you run towards. Please roll me a perception check.
Gosh, so many. That. Hold on. That's 24.
24. All right.
Yes.
As you are moseying your way on over towards I don't know why I chose mosey. Weird choice, Kyle. As you are trying to head towards towards Raz, you pass by the Wonder Emporium. As you get closer, your focus is unable to focus on the Wonder Emporium, as though when you get closer, it's like it's not there from a certain angle, and you like stop and you kind of look, and there is an illusion cast around the Wonder Emporium, and as you peek your head through, there is a bit of damage to the Wonder Emporium, but sitting on the front porch is probably the most battle-ready Quill you've ever seen. On her person is the elven cloak you've seen her hiding in many a time, and in her hand is the glowing sword that none of you have unfortunately been able to buy yet.
So cool.
But I've tried.
The aesthetic, just alone.
And you see her seeing you, and she cries out, Yugi, what the fuck is going on?
I don't know yet, but whatever you're doing, it looks like it's working, because I had a little trouble seeing this. Stay safe.
Well, where are you going?
To the source. I think it's at the temple.
Okay, I'm going with you.
Are you drunken
sure?
master?
Are you? And,
Are you a drunken master?
I'm fine. Where's the rest of your party?
They are just up, and I'll point to where they are. They are just up there. I'm waiting for, and I'll point up to where Raz is floating, and I'm waiting for that one to come down so I can get him.
Hey, Kyle.
Yep.
Sleight of hand. Wand of Venom.
Are you?
Gonna remove the poison.
You're not there though.
You're not with me.
I thought I was.
No, I ran.
You said
I
they
ran off.
I didn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Fine.
It's okay.
Fair,
You'll see
fair,
her
fair.
soon. You'll see her soon.
You'll see her soon.
Yep.
So, you point up and you point to Raz, and she just goes, "I'm sorry about this," and you suddenly feel,
Heavy.
you suddenly feel a grip around you, as Yuki, you see her pull out an eggshell and a snakeskin covered glove as she casts Arcane Hand and just grabs Raz out of the sky.
Okay, it's not spell magic. We're cool.
A large hand of shimmering translucent force appears around you and then grasps onto you with a firm yet soft grip, and just pulls you down towards the ground, and then stops close to the ground and just places you gently on the ground.
Oh,
That works.
that works. Good job. Okay. Are you ready to go?
And the giant hand gives a thumbs up.
Okay. Raz, are you good?
Yeah, me and Lugnut are good.
Okay. Do you want to hop on so you can run with me?
Well, I mean, she's still gonna be slower than you, so you should probably just run at our speed.
Okay.
Well, but you mean part cat, part barbarian. Okay, calm down.
All right, and yeah, well, I'll start leading them where I left everyone else.
All right. So, you guys rush back to the rest of the group, and y'all see Yuki return, but now with Raz in hands, as well as, again, a battle-ready Quill with a glowing sword in hand. The arcane hand has disappeared behind her. She didn't have any more purpose for it.
As I approach the group, I point out that Quill is going to be joining us. As she says she's ready to go.
Okay.
But let's go.
Yeah.
Where are we going? I just kind of flew here on a catapult. Well, not really a catapult. I ballisted myself.
And now also the party is back together, so we have no longer split the party.
Good job, Kyle.
I will go die now.
Oh shit! I forgot something on the ship. Baku's gonna run back towards the ship, Kyle.
No.
Yeah, I just go to the rest of the group. We have to go towards the temple. We all heard that voice. Something wicked is there.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Just go.
Back
Move.
with my channel to get action.
And let's go.
All right. So, 1 second. I'm getting my notes out. Sorry. All right. You start to make your way through town. Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna give it a segue, but it's fine.
As you make your way across town, you can hear the licks of fire coming from the church. You hear the screams of people throughout town, but no one is running to the temple. Whatever is there is already there, and the doors in front are closed. As you make your way up these steps that few of you have really traveled to in this town, you can already start to feel a heat from the building, but more from the distance. Not, my apology, that sounds like there's fire on the other side of the doors. That is apparent. It is apparently clear to you guys that the church is so much not engulfed in flames, but that the top is on fire, and that wing to the west is fucked. Point being, there are some 10 foot by 10 foot, 10 foot long doors, two in front of you, and they are closed.
Snapper, get it.
Yeah, I'll run with Snapper. Snapper, together! And I'll run up with him to, like, either pull or push open these doors or bust them down. But giving you advantage.
Kyle,
Nice. Slap a pack on.
quick question.
Sure.
If I leap into the air, because barbarians can jump ridiculously far, and whilst in midair, because I used a long word, could I retract into my shell to become a giant 450-pound flying wrecking ball?
Making yourself into a human battering or turtle battling
Battering ram.
battering ram. Thank
Or
you.
wrecking
Kyle.
ball because I'm not a pole.
Kyle, this is one of those questions on D&D Jeopardy that you almost got. Or that you did get.
It is? Oh, the battering ram. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I'd say especially just 450 pounds of force you're throwing yourself at, but then also, I don't know how quickly turtles can pull themselves in, but turtles can do it pretty fast.
It's an action.
So,
Oh, wait!
oh, sure.
Snapper, I got it. Ready, run
Nope.
into this. Can I actually-
He's already doing it. He's
Damn
already
it.
doing it.
Yeah, he's already.
Yeah, you'd be able to make yourself a battering ram. So I would say
And
I mean,
Yuki said
I already
she
said I was helping.
me.
Yeah.
So that's
Mhm.
advantage on anything
roll
up there.
me an attack roll on the door with advantage.
Okay. Dice advantage. Jesus. A 19.
19.
Nice.
Very nice.
I mean, I rolled a 19, so I don't know if you want me, if there's any plus you want me to add to it, but yeah, I rolled a 19.
Real quick, there's a battering shield, but I can't find the battering ram, even though I know it exists in the rulebook. Why is it not in D&D Beyond?
Called something else? Different name?
Because you touch yourself at night.
Oh,
Oh,
yep, that's
okay.
the reason. You got me.
I don't know why you went there.
So
but
way
okay.
back, huh?
Sorry, I just...
Old reference.
Kyle, search RAM. It's RAM portable.
Thank you.
You get a +4 bonus on the strength check when you use it.
Ring of the Ram, battering ram, ram portable. Thank you.
Yeah, because there's also an ogre battering
Ah.
ram, which is a siege monster.
Yep.
Big
All
boy.
right. So yeah, I'll stick with that. You're doing since it's you and not a battering ram. I'll stick with that as being an attack roll. So 19.
Yeah.
Please roll me 450 pounds. 4d10 of bludgeoning damage.
I'll
Not
take
bad.
it.
Not bad.
Come on, good rolls. 3, 5, 7, 7. Okay, 22.
22. All right. You throw yourself at this door, and it doesn't go freely. You do feel resistance when you.
Oh,
hit
I'm
the
raging,
door.
so I actually get to add more
That
to
that ended. That ended.
Oh.
unless you've been hitting yourself this whole time.
Fair.
Because
I've been
you
secretly
either need to
stabbing him.
get attacked or do be attacking.
We haven't talked about how Snapper carries around a flog with him at all times. And just
No, he just
Under his shell?
That's my kink. Sorry.
So you you
Having no
slam
kink
into
is my
this
kink.
door. There is a definitely something blocking this door. But
Is it a
you
turtle
hit
shell?
this thing, and you hear it's not another turtle shell, but you hear a cracking of it, and you see the doors part, and behind it you can see the light from inside, and then in the middle, parsed between the breakings of a board.
Okay. So is there how wide of a gap is there in betwixt the doors now?
Like you could reach your arm through.
Okay. Would that be enough to send the mountain down in betwixt the doors, cutting the wooden stave in twain?
Sure, roll me an attack.
All right. With the mountain, so it's a plus. So I get a +3 with it now, right? Not a +2.
No, it's just a
To all-
+2.
It should be a +2.
Oh, sorry, +2. So
Yeah.
I don't. So it's now a +12 instead of a +11 to hit, right?
Right.
Right.
So that'd be a 29 to hit.
Wow. Yeah, no, it hits.
Yeah.
It hits.
All right, just checking.
Definitely hits.
Roll me that slashing damage.
13 slashing damage.
13 slashing damage. Well, whoever made this however long ago didn't exactly plan on it being used for woodwork. It does in fact work well for woodwork. As the sharpened scale, you bring it down and you cut the board, and now the doors are free and start to arch open. As I describe the scene of what you see inside, Ethan, can I please have you switch over to the temple map?
Yes, you can.
Uh-oh.
Kyle has been busy this week, guys.
Yes,
Uh-oh.
yes, he fucking has.
And so has been Ethan. Thank you once again for doing all this.
Not a problem, folks.
Inside the Temple of Joaquin, as you guys have learned from your time in either religious studies or times in town talking to or visiting the temple even, the temple, Joaquin is a god of traders and merchants. So when you walk into this, the immediate vicinity near you is a lush fountain filled with coins, as well as to the sides, stalls filled with items for sale or purchase or commission, what have you. But that's not really the reason that you're here. Beyond this, you then see the interior of the temple. The Temple of Joaquin, given that it is a rich religion, has done their best to try to make this place nice. It is filled with golden trimmings and bronze statues and well-lit for interiors. Even for nighttime, the inside of this place is very nicely well-lit. And I'm sure on any other day it'd be very beautiful to visit, but today it is a wreck inside. Spewed with blood and bodies, you see the garb of clerics of Joaquin and worshippers that have been slain. And standing beside your party are 5 individuals. Way off into the distance, up at the pulpit, standing on the opposite side as though to mock the deity standing behind it in cast in bronze, is a human figure, which is covered in tattoos and barely any clothing. But you notice, Ethan, as I saw you had the art, if you wouldn't mind cutting to him,
Gotcha.
a growth across his shoulder, or rather something living there that is wrapped around, tentacles suckered to it, as you see. Cut away, Ethan.
Yep. Sorry.
Standing at the pulpit.
Oh, I hate it. Usually I thought it was cute at first, and I saw the human face on it, and I hate it.
Agreed.
The guy's tattoos are pretty sweet, though.
Those are pretty sweet.
No,
My-
my tattoos.
I don't
Snappers are
like-
cooler.
I don't like that it cuts off just like right, like the
Yeah.
trail or whatever.
He's got pants.
That's-
He's got pants.
it's
We don't know
right.
that.
We don't
He
know that.
hate it.
We can't tell that from the photo.
Anyway,
He does have an
Tentacle just dips down.
He does have an arrow pointing at his nipple. Let's just point let's talk about that.
I will use all of my DM power to put into place he is wearing pants. Okay?
Fine.
Nat 20 for pants.
Anyway.
Anyway, yes, Duo, you're correct. Standing facing to the statue is this being with the octopus attached to his shoulder, almost a part of him, wrapped around his arm and his head and his size, and it almost has its own heartbeat moving about him. And standing a few dozen feet behind him are, again, these 4 figures. A set closer to you and another set in between. Art's decently representation, but you can go back to the temple, as I would rather theater of the mind, if you don't mind. As he cuts to them anyways. Between you, closer to this this black tentacle wrapped person, is a set of robe wearing beings. They appear to stand humanoid, but their skins appear purplish. And even from this distance, you can start to see the pulsing of gills on their neck. And from the side, you can start to make out these long earlobes, akin, but slightly different from what you've seen on one of your companions that you've been traveling with. Maybe someone else of a cultish origin. But instead of, as Kazi was pretty bare-handed, they seem to be carrying a staff with them that is wrapped in wooden tentacles, and at the top of which are 2 crashing waves. And then between you and them are 2 larger figures, much stronger in appearance and constitution based, also with blue and greenish skin. But then you notice on like their head, it almost looks like a helmet, but then you realize it's their skin as it comes towards a point, and a armor plating built in between their skull and their skin is underneath their skin, above their skull, just this armor plating on their forehead. And looking back at you, as they're the first to notice you, are two piercing red eyes each, as they almost are steaming, as you see just watery steam go off them as if it were heating.
Fun.
You hear, without him turning towards you, the same voice you'd heard from before, still loud, though also still a whisper, as you hear, "So you have come to stop me? To stop the emissary of Chakrathel?"
Chakra Thrill?
What?
Emissary of Chakra Thrill?
Slakrathel, S-L-A.
Okay. S-L-A.
R-K-R-E-T-H-E-L.
Gesundheit. Snapper.
Okay.
As he was first through the door, Snapper kind of clears his throat in order to speak, unless anyone's going to stop him.
Well, you say, Socrates looks back over his shoulders. Does anyone know who Socrates is? Anyone?
Can
We are here to stop you.
Gwen do a religion check?
This would not be religion.
Is Arcana?
Would it not be
It would
religion?
It would not be Arcana.
History?
History? None of us are trained in
I
history.
feel like this would be religion, but okay.
This, history then.
What?
None of us are trained in history, I don't think.
Yeah, no, like,
So we
yeah.
can't make checks.
Oh, you can't.
But, yeah, I shout out as Snapper looks back going like, who's that? And we just go, it doesn't matter. We are here to stop you.
Yeah, stop
You
you
leave.
from burning down me town.
I kind of just want to go to bed.
You will
No,
leave
wait,
this
you're-
place
you're
either dead.
Black Raphael? I'm sorry, I got it. I couldn't really understand you. You were talking so weirdly. But like, are you a bad guy?
We are here to bring home the children of Umberlee. They
Okay, 'cause
have
I'm here,
forsaken
like, a
her
bad guy,
and built
that,
these
like,
false idols. And with a large force of light from his hand, strikes forth a lightning bolt that pierces the statue of the castle and breaks open the temple wall, destroying the statue of Umberlee and lightning its fury.
nice. Like, what did she ever do to you?
She
Snapper.
took away the children of the Wave Mother, and for that she will not be forgiven.
Wait,
I-
thought that like she was the Wave Mother, and like.
I lean into
you're
Snapper.
good- Wait, what?
I lean into
Yeah, so-
Snapper and I go,
Yeah,
let's get to work. And
Alright.
staff comes out, I'm rushing in.
And is prepared in their action. You see both of the, we'll call them occultists, next to the, we'll say emissary, flash their hands together and with a bit of water cast Crushing Depths, aka Magnify Gravity, and a 10-foot radius on the door. And can I have everyone please make me a strength saving throw?
Oh no!
You're
Whatever
using-
will I do?
You're using some fucking Matt Mercer shit right
Hey,
here.
hey Dallas, you're tapped, right?
I have my staff.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
I can't cast enlarge. I know
Ethan,
you always want it. No.
I do.
He cannot do spells. He's out
Ethan?
of spells.
can
Yes.
you make me one more token, please, as Quill is with me?
Sure. Oh,
I did
what's
not
he-
send you art for her.
Blonde elf.
I'll just leave it.
Are-
I'll just leave it right there for my
30.
strength.
Nat 20.
For my strength saving throw. Was a nat 20. So that's
My cat's gonna be dead immediately.
Hey, Yuki, what's your strength? What's your strength, by the way? Just
or my saving throw's a nat 20.
so, what's your total
Oh,
score?
total is 26.
Oh, would you look at that? I got the same thing with the 16 roll.
Kyle,
Beastly.
Kyle. Gwen rolled a nat 1, and her strength is a -2, so her strength saving throw is a 0.
Okay.
duo in chat immediately with that.
My Gwen!
Hey, you should have been here to controller. You know, it's
My
not-
apologies.
Yeah.
It was a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, so much better.
What?
It is a
It's a
con
con-
saving
it's a
throw.
con saving throw. Well,
My
in that
apologies.
case, a 24.
It is a strength check to try to pick anything up under the effects of it. It's a con saving throw to keep you.
In that case, 29.
Oh, you.
Oh wait, no, sorry, no, 22. If it's Constitution, it's 22. Sorry, 22.
You only have a +6 for your con?
I have only +2 for my con saving throw.
Oh, I have a +8 for my con.
It's because you're.
Eric, why are you laughing?
We are eating it out here. Hey, Kyle, which one's higher? A Constitution check of 2 or a strength check of 2?
I think they're about the same, Eric.
2's all I got. It's just 2.
I don't know what's heavier, a pound of feathers or a pound of steel.
Exactly. The feathers are heavier because you have to live with what you did to those birds.
Raz got a 25.
Wow.
Lugna got an 8. Oh, sorry, 18.
Raz
Okay.
outscored me.
All right.
I'm so tired.
Beast.
I need
I have
It's
a,
like, I just want to go sleep.
I have a 20. I rolled a 24 with my initial roll.
All right. You feel as they call out in primordial. For those of you who understand primordial or Aquan, you can make out some of the words. You just hear, "May the weight of the waves and your sins crush you." As you feel everyone in this 10-foot radius sphere at the door there, just a crushing amount of weight on your shoulders. Anyone above a 13 can stay on your feet, but those of you below, you feel yourself brought to your knees. And as the two of them combine their might, there we go. Okay. On a failure, so those of you who rolled less than a 13, you take 9 points of force damage, and your speed is halved until the end of their next turn. On a success, you only take half as much damage and are not reducing your speed. Okay.
Okay,
Look,
only
that's
9 points.
alive.
It's fine. We're good.
Sorry, wait, what?
Use dice.
So,
since
could you repeat
rolled,
that, Kyle?
sure thing. Since you rolled a 2, your speed is halved until the end of their next turn, and you took 9 points of force damage.
Right. I've got to jump up to my computer Discord because my phone's about to die. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
This gives me a chance to find your picture of your freaking cat.
I am Beastmaster Raz.
I don't know where the fuck I put that little artwork. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You should use Chester for now. The cat's not gonna attack.
You
It's just
already
on
have
my head for eyes.
You already have a Chester. I'm trying to find your cat. I don't know what I do with it.
So in the meantime, could I please have everyone roll me initiative? As well as I'm putting in chat a new bit of music.
That's a nat
Okay.
20 for Gwen on initiative. Not to be right.
God.
No,
That's a 21.
You have such a good spell for this.
Look at my initiative roll. It was a 4 and a 1.
Me and Duo were talking about the spell she has, and she's a really cool one.
Not even kidding. Like, what is going on?
Message,
Holy
message
shit!
with this.
How many
Another
20s is that?
nat 20.
Yeah, hold on. There it is.
Oh my
There it is. There's that beautiful
God.
beautiful boy.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
I'm changing dice tonight. Jeez.
Oh man, these dice are rolling
From
hot.
one digital dice to the next digital dice.
Yeah, 100%.
Dallas, let me know what that spell is.
Yeah, I'm sending you a message right now.
Cool. Awesome.
Okay.
It's been a hot minute since I thank you. It's been a hot minute since I played Tarek, so it takes me a second. And
Brush up.
All right, it's 25
Yeah.
is my initiative.
Yeah. Got it.
It's so dirty.
It is. It is. Oh yeah, I know.
Eric, if you can hear it, just roll initiative.
I can hear it.
Hey, there he is.
I have rolled 15.
Okay.
Are you sans camera for now, Eric?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
probably be for the rest of the session.
Alright.
That's all right.
Okay, so I've removed Myrrh, so it is just everyone in Quill. So yeah, can I get those initiatives, please?
25.
25 for Yuki. Snapper.
4.
Baku.
15.
15. Raz.
Well,
12. And Gwen.
That was a natural 20, but it's a 21 total.
Very nice, nat 20. That counteracts Quill's nat 1.
Oh.
she's drunk.
She's drunk. Diddly-doo. Ooh, very nice. Okay. All right. So with that, let us start combat. And if anyone again is playing the track I have in the chat, the King in Yellow, I feel like it's perfect. So, all right. Order: Yuki, Gwen, some friends, Baku, Raz, Snapper, Quill, and then the rest of our friends.
Rest of our friends.
Yep. So, first things first. Yuki, you are up, and I believe you succeeded on your check, so your speed is not halved.
Okay. Let me pull up this map here. First things first,
First things first, I'ma say all the words and stop it.
Yuki kind of like claps her
I
hands.
think you have a message in the chat.
Oh no. Really? Oh, SnipeCon. Okay.
Oh.
Well. So, Yuki, right? She's like, well, so she claps her hands, and as she claps, you hear for the slightest second the sound, but then it mutes as she then weaves around, and I spend 2 key points to cast silence on the guy in the back.
Oh, what's the range of that?
120 feet, 20-foot radius.
Damn! Alright!
You can't do both.
What?
Ethan redeemed fucking auto-tune also.
I can't do both. I can't do that.
Yeah, I can't stack them.
Alright. After your next attack round. Sorry.
You're the worst.
I like the auto-tune better. The baby voice is
I'm a
fun,
fan of the
by
baby
all
voice.
means. But I fucking love the auto-tune. Nothing beats the
I
auto-tune.
love the voice.
So that's my first thing is I cast the silence on the guy in the back. So if you want to make like
Alright.
a see-through
What's
like
the radius
thing,
of it?
it's 20 foot.
Let me get that. Yeah, if you can make the bubble for that, please.
A 20 foot radius
Duration.
sphere centered on the point I choose within range. So I choose him
Nope.
as the center. And
No sound can be created within or pass through a 20-foot radius sphere, centered on a point you choose within range, 120 feet. Any creature or object entirely inside the sphere is immune to thunder damage, and creatures are deafened while entirely inside it. Casting a spell that includes a verbal component is impossible.
From in the sphere.
from in the
From in
sphere.
the sphere. Yep.
So Kyle looks like that cultist, and it's your ruling on that other guy over there.
I'm having a little trouble seeing through the paint. Could you either turn down or turn up the opacity or whatever it is?
How's that?
Little more.
Kind of grainy.
That's good.
Kyle, are you colorblind?
No, it's just the connection I have.
Sorry, yeah, that's
His connection is
Like
struggling.
when he zooms out, unfortunately, the pulpit, the carpet, the pews, it's all just blocky color.
so. The guy in the middle is consumed, so is this guy, and this guy is partially. I don't know what
Yep.
your ruling.
You have
on
to be
that would
entirely consumed by it to for the effect.
Okay.
And creatures are deafened while entirely inside it. So yeah.
But after that, then
And real quick, let me check. I believe magnified gravity is not Constitution. Okay, so or concentration. I mean, sorry.
It's okay. I didn't do any damage, so he wouldn't have to have made a concentration check anyway.
All right.
But I'm not done. That was just my action. So with my movement, I run towards the guy, directly up to the right,
How far?
all the way up to him. Monk, baby. To the right. That one. Yeah. Staff. Nope. Key point. Let me actually make sure I can do this.
That's a good question because you did already cast silence.
Yeah, so I'm concentrating, by the way. And
Okay.
what I can do is at least one unarmed strike.
Okay.
Bip. 18.
So we're gonna call that guy A.
Okay.
18. 18 does hit.
Woo. That's 9 points of magical bludgeoning damage.
You fly across here. You've cast the silence in that area, the darkness enveloping the occultist and the emissary. As you run towards this big guy, one of the two of them, you're just like, this one, I'm gonna fuck up that one. We're gonna call him A here. You run across and you strike. And you have punched flesh many a time. This is hard flesh. As you know, you've hit.
Punch flesh.
You've punched flesh many a time, but this is like enforced. As you feel, instead of like tissue, you feel scales and like almost like an exoskeleton beneath this. As you strike, and you feel your punch kind of gets partially absorbed. As your 9 points of damage gets reduced to 4.
Ooh, damn. Even though it was magical?
Even though it was magical.
Oh, damn.
And as you make contact with, where do you strike?
Chest.
Chest. You hit him in the chest, and this this big boy gives a as you see a look in his eyes and an expression across his face that you have seen you and Snapper do a dozen times over.
Oh.
So as I pull my fist back, I look at him and I go, okay. And I pull out the claws. And that'll be my turn.
Pull out
Okay.
the claws.
Done. Oh.
All right, Gwen, you are up.
Okay, how many? Ethan, can you zoom out a little bit? So I can see more than that.
I should also mention each of these guys. You can see large-ass swords on their back.
Okay,
Similar
so each
to
of these guys are, they seem to be more melee than spellcasters.
The guys up front. I mean, they're stocky unless they're punch wizards.
Cool. Gwen is, because she failed her previous save, she's currently like on the ground. But this spell has 150-foot range, so she's gonna cast Sleet Storm.
Oh.
So a 20-foot tall cylinder, 40-foot radius sleet storm appears. So it's a 40-foot radius. So it is much bigger than that previous circle.
Yep, I'm just... Where are you both facing?
She wants to have it so the very bottom of it is right above Yuki, so that it'll hit the two guys that are right near Yuki.
So
and
40 foot radius?
Everyone else, yeah. So it's an 80-foot diameter spell. Yeah, have fun with that. She's gonna need every single one of them to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. So let me do big boys here first. Dexterity saving throws?
Yes.
80. That's 80 feet right there.
Yep.
That is 17 and 21.
Okay, so both of them save, but it's gonna be all of them.
Okay. Emissary next here. That is a 15.
Fails.
And oh, I accidentally input an enemy that's not there. As much as I would love to be like secret enemy, no. Just, okay. And the occultist now. That is a 16 and a 4.
So those three fail. They are knocked prone. The entire area is considered difficult terrain, as well as it is heavily obscured, and any exposed flames in the area are doused. Whenever a creature enters the spell's area for the first time on a turn or starts its turn there, it has to continue to make a dexterity saving throw, or it is knocked prone.
Give me the name of that spell again so I can read references.
It is called Sleet Storm.
Sleet Storm.
It is a concentration. And
Gotcha.
any creature that starts its turn in a spell's area and is concentrating on a spell must make a Constitution saving throw, or they lose concentration.
I guess it makes sense as conjuration because you're conjuring a storm. I would have thought that would be evocation. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, 3 of those guys are now prone.
Okay. So the big boys, I'll call them berserkers now because they saved, but those others are prone. Gotcha.
Yes. And the 2 berserkers, as soon as their turn starts, they're also gonna have to
Oh,
make a
it's so the
dexterity
dex save
saving
was
throw.
so the dex save was to see if they go prone, right?
Yeah.
Emissary the Lurker has advantage on prone checks.
Okay.
That's not better. Never mind.
You tried.
But again, at the start of every single one of their turns, they're gonna have to make another dexterity saving throw to see if they fail or not.
Okay.
So Yuki, have fun.
I'll
And
try.
that's her action. I mean, punch the people that are right there. You're fine. That's her action. And there's nothing really bonus action-y she can do, but she's gonna try and stand up if she can.
Okay. One sec. I will answer your question in just a moment. I believe. Each creature in the sphere on a fail, a creature takes 2d4 damage and speed is halved. So you're not unable. Sorry, you're not unable to stand. You can stand. Sorry.
Yeah, you're not prone, so
Yeah.
you're just kind of
You're
hunched
just
over.
brought to a humble position.
Yeah, I wasn't sure 100% how this
Fair.
fully affects things because her speed is halved, so I wasn't sure if there was any kind of save that she could make on that.
Got you. All right. Is that everything in your turn? Because that was a good turn.
Yeah, she can move up 15 feet. So she's gonna do that so that she can be closer to enemies, and that way if the rest of her team decides to move up, she can be near them.
All right.
just in case.
Okay. Okay. All right. Next up, the boys in the beginning. So, beginning of their turn, they're in this sleet storm here. Starts his turn in the spell's area and is concentrating on a spell. Okay, that's not it. They are not knocked prone. Okay. They're not taking damage on the start of their turn? Correct?
No, there's no damage. It's just either they fall prone or they don't.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so Berserker number B is going to use his bonus action to cast Voice of the Zealot. He cries out in a deep guttural voice similar to what you'd heard from the emissary, but on a lower register and a smaller register. And creatures of his choice that can hear the words gain advantage on all attack rolls and saving throws until the end of his next turn.
He
Well-
does still have to make a saving throw at the beginning of his turn, though.
And 2 of the other people are in a silence bubble.
It's
Sure.
not the one that's going though.
Yeah, I know, but the other 2 can't hear it, so.
Yeah.
Okay. But he needs to check if he doesn't get knocked prone,
Yes.
right? Okay. So that was yeah. That's what I was
Yeah.
asking before.
They don't take damage, but they get knocked prone if they are concentrating on a spell. However, they do have to make a Constitution saving throw with the same DC of 17.
Okay, but it's not a concentration.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, no, I'm confused. So at the start of its turn, it also checks to see if it gets
Yep.
knocked prone again?
Yep. It's like grease. It fucks you over.
When a creature enters the spell's area for the first time, or on a turn, or starts
Or
its turn
starts
there.
its turn.
Okay, so I should have done that before this happens.
Yeah.
Yep.
So,
Exactly.
alright. Gotcha. That is a poorly worded description, Blizzard. So, that is... that is 10.
He is knocked prone.
Okay, so he's knocked onto the ground, so he uses, what, half his movement to get up?
Yep.
Alright. So he has used half his movement, so 20 feet to get up. Then takes 5-foot step outside of the bubble, the area of the spell.
Rain, so it would be 10 feet of movement.
Oh, sure.
Which
Not the one in
would-
front of Yuki.
Okay.
The one to the left of me.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just forward 10 feet or
Yep.
5 feet.
Okay. So then he's going to use his bonus action. Cry out a battle cry, and you just see this other berserker just get fucking pumped as he's going to end his turn there, and then it is now the turn of the other berserker. Dexterity saving throw.
Yep.
He is going to use his fanatical focus, his 1 a day, to re-roll that. From nat 1 to nat 20.
Oh,
High low.
What and for splints?
Reversed.
Goes for a slip, turns it into a real sick flip. Lands back on his feet, and with the cry of the zealot and infusing his attack, he pulls out this blade, this piece of what almost seems like rusted iron, but then wrapped around it a tentacle like appendage. Posting in the chat for those who want to see what I'm looking at here. As he brings this great sword around and he makes 2 attacks. So with advantage here against Yuki, that is a nat 20
Oh.
for making for 27.
Damn, Kyle.
Jesus.
Yeah,
everyone's
that hits me.
That hits. Okay.
rolling. Celebrate
that
the
is-
nat 20s. Celebrate the nat.
We've kind of officially broken the record of nat 20s tonight.
Yeah.
A little
yeah.
bit.
Where's Rex, huh?
We're at 11 right now.
Jesus.
10,
Yeah.
13, 14. So that is 20 points of slashing damage.
Ouch. Okay.
And then after the slash goes across your chest, you feel this stinging sensation as you look down. You see like ink left behind in the wound, and starts to go through you as you feel 9 points of necrotic damage.
Oh.
Okay. Ouch.
Ow.
So that's 29 points total.
Yep. And then the second slash.
Hold on, I gotta make a concentration check.
Oh, yes. So that brings the concentration check to 14?
Yeah, 15, I just... Oof, okay. Alright, silence is maintained for this attack.
Silence is maintained, alright. As with cackling glee, he brings the sword around, but that one is only... oh no, sorry, with advantage. I forgot, that's still going on. That is a 18.
Doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit.
Nope.
Alright. So the second one you block, are able to block, and then he's going to use his movement to circle around you, so never leaving your area of attack, but get out of the sleet storm. Or actually, he's going to circle towards his brother, so then instead of flanking, almost in a way as if the other berserker was flanking. That making sense?
So, where does he end up?
He is
Between Yuki and the other
Yuki's left. The three of them are blocking the way.
Okay. So, Ethan, if you want to move him.
Wait,
To the left of Yuki.
yeah.
The one that I'm facing, yeah. Right there.
Mm-hmm.
In between.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. So with that, we then end both their turns, and this is Baku's turn.
All right. Well, I had a question, and then you took care of it for me, so it doesn't matter anymore.
All right.
All right. So, Baku is gonna pull out the crossbow of the hunter,
Very nice.
and he's gonna load it.
By the way.
He's gonna load it with a crossbow bolt called Walloping. This ammunition packs a wallop. Any creature hit by this must succeed in a strength saving throw or be knocked prone. And he's just gonna walk up, kinda past
When did you buy
Snapper
this?
there. No idea. It's in my inventory. I have one.
All
right.
Buy this.
So I'm gonna take a shot at the berserker right ahead of me, the one that's engaged with Yuki.
All right.
Get that sneak attack.
I was gonna say, that gives me a sneak attack advantage.
Well, you
yeah.
don't roll with
he's
it.
not-
You don't. Yeah, you don't roll with advantage, but you will get sneak attack if you hit.
Yeah.
Great. Close enough. And as I pull out this crossbow and take a shot, I am going to mimic Yuki's raging cat cries and just scream that.
What does that sound like, Eric?
I mean, yeah, it's like listening to a
Yeah.
mirror.
Yeah.
It was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
listening
did you
to
say
a
like
mirror?
listening to a
Yeah.
mirror.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
All right, Kyle. So that's going to be a 13.
13 will unfortunately not pierce their armor.
Oof.
Bugger. All right. Still got a bonus action, correct?
Usually switching.
Eric, do you have an inspiration point?
Oh, I do have an inspiration point. I'm going to use that. So
Sure.
what does that do? How do I use that?
You can re-roll your attack.
All right.
Actually, I think you'd say it before the result, but like, fuck it.
I'm conflicted on if this is going to be worth it, but
All right, you're
why
called.
not? Why not? I'll get more inspiration someday, maybe. That's a 19, Kyle. How about that?
19 will hit.
I was gonna say, if you were like, doesn't hit, I'd be like, son of a bitch, I hate you. I'm unhelping you move.
Moving you out.
Yeah.
Wake up, my room is empty. I'm like, what the fuck?
All right, Kyle. So that does hit, and that means he does take sneak attack damage and the crossbow bolt. So I need him to do must succeed on a DC 10 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Strength saving throw.
Of 10?
That is a 16, so he does not get walloped.
Well, you tried.
Yeah, 10's a little bit lower than I thought.
It's because
right.
it's probably kind of a low-level item.
Yeah.
I have gotten it
And
from
if
the first vault.
Yeah, it might have been something picked up in the first shop or something.
Yeah.
So sneak attack damage is 17, plus the crossbow doing 5 damage naturally is for 22 points of damage.
Nice.
22 points of piercing damage, and you're attacking the one that Yuki is engaged with, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You fire off this bolt, and it strikes him, which also we'll get to the crossbow's effects in a second. But similarly, you see the bolts pierce into the skin, but almost like a ripple effect go across his body as it seems to have absorbed some of the shock of the shot. As 22 turns into 11 points of damage.
Oh, these bastards.
All right. So.
So yeah, crossbow.
After hitting a target with this weapon, you may learn if the target has any of the following. Choose one of the aspects to learn the full details of: damage vulnerabilities, damage resistance, damage immunities, and condition immunities.
It has
Yep.
has damage resistances. It does not have the other three.
All right.
Any damage resistance?
Well, since obviously I'll assume you'll want to know the details of that and not the ones that don't exist.
Yeah, that would be appreciated.
The berserkers have resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from magical and non-magical weapons.
All right.
All right. In a way that makes sense for how this works, I will communicate that to the party. And then
Okay.
my turn. In attack mode.
Don't attack them with BP or S weapons, guys. What does that mean? I don't know.
Just what the voice in my head told me.
All right. With that is the end of Baku's turn, and Raz, you're up next. Snapper, you're on deck.
Gotcha.
Okay, Raz is gonna hear what Baku says, and then he's going to run up 5, 10, 15, 20 feet to be near Baku. And then on the one... And then I am going to hold... the scream lasts until whose turn? The advantage thing?
It lasts until the occultist's turn. It has not been their turn yet.
Like...
Sorry. The cry from the berserker.
Yeah.
That lasts until the end of his next turn.
Okay.
Until the start of his next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, but Raz wouldn't know that, so it's fine. I'm going to cast, I clicked on the map, think I could, on the one to the far left, Mental Prison?
All right.
Oh,
Mental
shit.
So Raz is going to run up, and because it's only verbal, it says, watch your god help you now. And it's an intelligence saving throw from him.
Mental prison. Okay.
This is Anne's spell.
Ooh, yes, it is. All right. So, intelligence saving throw, huh?
Yep.
All right.
See how smart these big guys are.
That is a 9, which turns into an 8.
Okay. So we
There it
take.
is.
Let me read the spell again. So he starts off taking 5d10 psychic damage.
Okay.
There, I put a condition ring on him. It just says dumb.
Oh, no. No.
So he starts off taking 28 psychic damage.
28 psychic damage. All right.
As the world around him starts to disappear, and slowly it starts heating up, and lava is appearing around him, and everything around him is a pit of lava. It's raining from the sides. It's underneath him. He cannot leave that space And if he attempts to or makes an attack from that space, he takes 10d10 psychic damage.
Oh shit!
Oh wow. Okay.
That's a big hit. That's a big hit.
Red's like, and now I'm tapped. As a bonus action,
Alright.
I pull out my gun.
Nice.
And that's my turn.
Okay. So it's just can't move, huh?
I can move.
Well-
It'll take 10d10 damage. And it'll last
Gotcha.
for a minute.
Okay.
Doesn't know that.
Also, if the target, so it's not if it's moved, it's if it's moved out of it. So it doesn't have to move. If something pushes it into the lava, it'll take the damage.
Oh God. Okay.
Pushes, you say?
You don't know that.
I know.
To be fair, I barely know that. I just got this.
All right. You mentally lock this this berserker's mind, and you just hear it.
Hey, Kyle,
It
is
likes
the-
fire.
Damn.
our friendly NPC that's with us, they rolled lower than me?
Nat one.
Yeah. They did.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right.
You have to remember she's also drunk. Like 24/7.
Yeah, I am too, but that's not, you know.
So Snapper, you are up unless Raz. Did you have anything else?
That was everything. I have my gun
Okay.
out.
All right. Bonus action, I would like to rage.
Okay.
Stop moving. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35 feet. Straight forward up and start swinging at the one that Yuki's attacking already.
Okay. That is our buddy A. So please roll me an attack.
First attack will be a 17 to hit.
17 will hit. So please roll me damage.
Actually, that'd be an 18 to hit because it's a +2 right now, so I keep forgetting about that.
Yep.
So right now I add +3 because I'm raging and because of the extra sharpness from the axe.
Very nice.
So that'll be 10. So 13 damage for the first strike.
All right. 13 damage.
Turns
With the slashing weapon, turns into 6. All right.
So 17 attack for the second strike.
Also hits. Please roll me damage.
Welcome.
7
Hey, we got another sub.
Yeah! Eric! Other Eric, not you, Eric, sorry. But other Eric!
Yeah,
Hey,
better
thank
be
you, buddy!
sorry.
So 17 damage for the next strike.
Very nice.
You're muted, Becca.
Sorry.
So yeah, 17 for the second strike.
Okay.
And I will finish my turn. So
Okay. You slash across, and just a giggle comes from this guy as you strike flesh and feel this reverberation as your blade doesn't sink as neatly as Mountain has so far. As we come to Quill's turn. Quill starts chanting under her breath as she pulls from her hand, as she brings her hands together from the Sunblade to her other hand and weaves together the threads of shadow to create a shadow blade in her offhand, as she is now dual wielding both Sunblade and Shadow Blade for the super cool image of black and white. And
Goodness.
Fucking Jedi.
she uses her bonus action to cast that, so she is going to also run in. She only has a 30-foot speed though, so she will not make it this turn. But
alrighty.
And she just shouts out, "You motherfuckers, get out of my town!"
Works. Yeah.
Nice.
And then she burps a little. Next up is now the rest of our friends here. As if they're already prone, do they have to save at the beginning of their turn?
Yeah, I think they have to. It's half their movement to stand up. I
Mm-hmm.
don't know that they have to do it
Well,
again.
it's that they
I
have
guess
to.
at the beginning of their turn they have to make another saving throw. But it
So the way I
doesn't-
take it is, since they're already knocked prone, there's no saving throw to see if they're double knocked prone.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Yeah.
Keep knocking them prone.
All right. So the emissary is going to use half his movement to get up, which it is difficult terrain. So,
Yep.
does that then mean it takes his whole movement?
It. I don't know.
No, because you're
I
not
think it-
moving. You're just
Yeah,
getting
so
up.
it's-
Half movement.
It's
Okay.
just half their movement to get up, but I think like if they try and move, it's gonna be that half movement, and then again, anytime that they start their turn, it's gonna be that other like they have to make another saving throw. So it's up to you.
Gotcha.
I kind of see it as like this is just the cleric's version of a grease spell. So like
Mhm.
they stand up, but then they try to move, and it's ice because that's what
All
they're
right.
walking on. It's essentially like black ice.
Ethan, if you could pan the camera a little bit up so I can kind of see his area and choose his options for him.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So getting up, that leaves him with 15 feet of movement. So he is going to, one sec here. Ethan, can you do something for me because I'm having trouble reading the screen with my connection? How far away is Yuki from the emissary?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
30 at a diagonal.
30 at diagonal. Okay. Okay. Cool. Yuki, to your right, there is a small pedestal-like area with a bunch of candles that were put on it, but have all been put out by the sleet storm and other gusts of wind. And you suddenly see the shimmer of something start to take form. And if you look closely across the way, you see this tentacled monstrosity or growth on his shoulder. The tentacle that is wrapped around his arm vanishes. And suddenly, forming next to you is this spectral form of almost unable to be seen, but you see a 10-foot long, large tentacle appear next to you and swipes across your face with a 10-foot reach.
Oh, so it like just gets me.
Well, where he forms it, it'll be within reach. So if
Okay.
that is,
Like right there.
Yep.
Yeah. And
again, though, is
It doesn't have any verbal component to do this?
It does not.
Dope.
So it's here, Kyle.
Yep.
All right.
Smack me, Kyle. Smack me.
Oh God, why do it to make it weird? So this is summoned and strikes you across with a attack of 26.
That hits.
All right, for 26, it then does. I need another G. I need another die. I won't say what. It does 8 points of cold damage, and your speed has been reduced by 10 feet until his next turn.
Okay. 8 points, you said?
8 points of cold damage.
Okay. Concentration check. That's a 5, my dude.
Oh no!
Silence is gone.
All right.
My concentration is broken from the slap across my face.
Very
I
nice.
just don't see it coming.
What the? Slap. It's like a cord with toothpicks. Anyway, I don't know if anyone gets that reference. With that, then he is going to use the 15 feet of movement he has to the best of his ability to move towards his occultist. To kind of try to stand between them. Ethan, if you would do his best to move him difficult. Just, I think, one diagonally. I think that's about all you can do.
Alright.
Oh, Ronius, I wish it was permanently. Oh, reducing that monk speed. That would be too good.
Literally have to break my legs, Kyle.
Okay.
All right. That is the end of his turn, which brings us to the occultists. You you see them start to. I'm muted. Oop.
No, back
No,
up.
back guys.
I thought it was Gwen's turn. Then.
Oh, nope, no, not Gwen. We have to go back to the top of the order and get to Yuki first.
Cool.
You see their hands come together and they form the waves of Umberlee, and with a splattering of water in their hands, they push their hands towards you, and then conjure up a tidal wave. 30 feet long and 10 feet wide and up to 10 feet tall, rushes towards you all in a hold on.
Where is it starting, Kyle?
Okay. Oh, it's a 30-foot long area, but it can be cast up to 120 feet away. I thought it was 120 feet in a line. My apologies. So, starting in front of the berserkers and hitting
In front of the berserkers?
in front of the berserkers. So
Like
Snapper,
where
you're
I
the
am?
beginning of it. Yep.
Okay.
And then going 30 feet long. I need everyone in that area to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Wait.
So
No,
me.
no. Isn't it only? It's only 10 feet wide though. I think 30 feet is downward, so it
Yeah,
only
yeah.
covers 2
30
squares.
feet long, 10 feet wide.
So
So
it's 5, 10.
Starting with Snapper catching Quill.
So
Okay,
it's
so
this.
I'm good.
Yep.
So it's here, Kyle? Is that right?
No, you're in it.
Where? Okay, where is it? Is it here?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So that means Baku, Quill, and Snapper, please make me a dexterity saving throw.
How does a 9 work, Kyle?
That means you are going to be knocked prone and take 25 points of bludgeoning damage.
I uncanny dodge that damage?
All right.
That works.
Can you uncanny dodge the saving throw?
No, but he has evasion, I think, though. He does he yet?
What?
Well, no, this is him like evading the damage, isn't it?
Oh,
He's not getting out of being knocked prone.
Oh, okay. When an attacker you can see hits you with an attack, you can use your reaction to have that attack's damage against you.
Yeah. So I believe that
Okay.
still works.
Yeah, that still
I don't know
works.
how you uncanny dodge out of the way of a tidal wave. But
You just
well,
just don't
because
fight
it's
the
just
waves.
it's just lessening the blow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Evasion would be the one where he impossibly dodges the thing if he succeeded the
Hey.
saving throw.
Kyle, can I see this attack?
Yeah, it takes a sec to like form as it conjures up in place.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to make sure because danger sense I have advantage on dex saving throws.
Okay. So you'll get your advantage.
And
So
I
what's-
also get no, that's just strength, so I get advantage on that dex saving.
Okay.
What is the damage, Kyle? I was a little confused.
25 bludgeoning damage, and you are knocked prone.
But I halved it, so it's
So 12.
So you take 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
oh.
Quill failed on her save, so she gets knocked down and takes the 25 points of damage.
Oof.
And Shadowblade is concentration. So. But she holds her concentration, yes. Alright. So, Ethan, I'm still waiting for that advantage deck save.
17.
All right, 17. You make your way out of it. What's the word? Succeed. So you do not get knocked prone, and you take half damage. Which
Good.
then it's
So how much is
bludgeoning
that?
damage. So there'd be
Right.
12 points of bludgeoning damage. So then that
6.
gets reduced to 6.
Nice.
Very nice.
I'm at 113 health.
And then after crashing to Baku, Gwen, you brace yourself for impact, and it just goes across, spreads out across the ground in all directions, and will extinguish any unprotected flames in its area, and vanishes. And then with that, the second occultist then is then going to cast on you, Snapper, Entangle. As you suddenly see this like form of tentacles burst forth from the ground and wrap around you, as you need to make me a strength save, please.
I also have advantage on that because I'm raging.
Oh shoot, I'm looking at the wrong one. Grasping Vine, not Entangle.
That would be a 27 because I have a plus 10 to my strength saving throws.
It is actually a dex save because I had the wrong
Oh,
stuff.
well,
My
I have
apologies.
advantage on that as well because danger sense. Oh, I nat 20. Hey, look at that. So 22.
Very nice.
Hey, nat 20.
You jump out of the way of this thing as this tentacle reaches out and goes for your foot, and you dodge out of the way. And you are then not pulled in a direction. So, well done. That being said, it does stay around. So if you could please make me a token for a tentacle right next to you.
Does the tidal wave go away?
Tidal wave's gone. Yep.
Okay. So tentacles.
Yep. This one is medium, and just chills next to you.
All right.
But that is it for their turn, and we go back to the top of the order. Yuki, you are up.
Cough up a little blood.
Oh, we're gonna use half their movement to get up from prone. I forgot to say that. My apologies. So.
Cough up a little blood. And I go into a rage.
As you should.
And then with my staff, pop. I'm gonna try.
What are you hitting?
The big guy that's next to me.
Okay.
Whip. That's a 22.
22 will hit. Please roll me damage.
Oh, Jesus, that fell out my tray. There we go. 12 points of bludgeoning.
12 points of bludgeoning damage. Very nice.
Yep. And then second, two-handed, coming down. That's 28.
28 will also hit.
And that's 12 points of bludgeoning. Another 12.
12. Another 12 points of bludgeoning damage. All right.
So all in all, 12 points. Because they got halved.
As you hit with another strike across his face, he like gets kind of a little more knocked by that, and he fumbles a step, and he kind of looks back up with an excited grin on his face and a trickle of blood from the side as you've made him bloodied.
Oh! And I just kind of wipe the blood off my chin. Alright. And kind of clench my jaw, and that's it.
Okay.
I gotta get my dice.
Gwen, you're up.
Okay. Okay. Yuki is pretty hurt, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Gwen is gonna do. Is Gwen still under the like she is half movement thing?
No, it has come to the cultist's turn, so the half movement is gone.
Ooh, can't get to Yuki. So bonus action healing word at 4th level.
Oof.
So healing word, that's 44 plus 5. Let me find my d4s. My dice bag. I had them all separated. Now I don't. And I can't do the dice roller on D&D Beyond when I'm looking at someone else's sheet. So this is fun. Okay, fuck it. 4, 5. 14 points of healing.
Thank you.
For you, and that's her bonus action. And then as her action, because she's still concentrating on the other thing, so she's not going to do anything that damages that. However, is anyone else really hurt?
Fyre's gone. No one else is taking damage. Snapper took a little bit, but before this fight.
Okay, cool.
Haku has been hurt, yes.
I'm fine.
So she's going to no, that's a concentration. Give me a second. I'm looking at things that don't require concentration.
You already casted a spell this round, so you would only be able to cast a cantrip.
I know. So which one of the guys has been hit? That one? Okay, so she's gonna cast Toll the Dead on the one that's in front of Yuki. So wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Wisdom saving throw from the Berserker.
Damn it, I just...
Ooh, that is not good. That is a 7.
Hey!
Yeah, he failed, so he's gonna take
And he's damaged, so we'll take more.
2d12 of damage.
Radiant damage.
So it's 14 points of necrotic damage.
No.
I rolled a 12 and a 2. So.
Very nice.
Still good.
Yep.
But she's just gonna be like, Yuki, you're okay! Sorry! And then at the other person like, how dare you hurt my friends! And then the spell happening, so.
Very nice.
And she's gonna move up. She'll move up 30 feet, but she's gonna move up 15 and then over 15 to the right. Yeah. So she doesn't want to be like in line with anyone, but she wants to kind of get closer to people in case she needs to. So, and that's it for her.
Okay. So now we move on to the Berserker's turns. So remind me again, mental prison here, Raz. He does not know where he is. He thinks he's in this like lava pit.
He thinks he's in lava, yeah. He thinks he's completely surrounded by lava.
And he's not like seeing allies or enemies nearby.
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
in the description it said like they are considered restrained and they can't see or hear anything.
That's great.
Gotcha. All right. Cool.
Yeah. You can't see or hear anything beyond it and is restrained for the spell's duration. If it moves out of the illusion, makes a melee attack, or reaches any part of the body through it, it's 10d10 psychic. And the spell ends.
Okay. Oh no, he dumb.
Yeah, it says it on his icon.
Yep. Oh, of course. In his mind, he sees this lava pool. And you just see him with this clouded vision, like look at his hands and just reach his hand into the lava. In his mind. So please roll up this damage.
10d10 fire damage. Oof.
Psychic.
Isn't it psychic damage?
It's psychic.
Psychic,
Yeah.
sorry.
He thinks he's being burned.
65 damage.
Fuck. Above the average. Above the average.
I rolled a
rolls.
9 or a 10 on one of them every time.
Good rolls.
Well, like on one of the two, because I was going 2 at a time.
Very good.
You see him like reach out, and then as he feels the burn in his mind, he just raises his arm and just like cackles, and then falls backward over into the ground.
He's dead.
It killed him.
Nice.
Oh.
He had 62 health points left.
Oh no shit! Wow.
Oh, well done.
And have a brain aneurysm.
That's awesome.
That's what happens when you're really fucking dumb and you're very confident in your newfound abilities. So,
Good
next
job,
up is
Raz.
the other one, who sees his friend go down, and then just starts laughing to himself as well, seeing the tentacles of his comrades nearby, and he goes in for a reckless swing at Yuki.
Why, Yuki? Why not me?
There's more for you, don't worry. But that is
You'll get hurt,
a-
Ethan, don't worry.
that is a 15
At advantage?
at advantage.
Wow.
Oh
So
Sucks to be
yay!
him.
I don't get hit.
well. And then he rolls at Snapper. That though is a 22.
That will hit.
Hooray! Or 21.
Still.
Okay, just wanted to be sure. So he brings the great sword around and slashes you across for 10 points of slashing damage.
Reduced to 5.
And similarly, then you also feel this ichor as like this ink seeps into the wound left behind, and you take 8 points of necrotic damage.
8 points. Take it. I'm at even 100.
Oh no! Somebody heal Snapper. He probably hurt his toe or something.
Alrighty.
And now any attack against him is at advantage.
Yep.
Yes.
Because he went reckless.
Until the
Yep.
start of its next turn. It is now Baku's turn.
Oh, right.
So Baku, you would get sneak attack on this thing, on that guy if you attack him, because you have advantage on his attack.
All right. Well, it's been fun while it lasted, but we gotta put this guy down. Crossbow of the Hunter. I'm gonna take a shot at this guy right in front of, right over Snapper's shoulder, basically. And I have advantage, you said.
Yep.
Yes, you do.
Sweet.
You went into a reckless attack, so.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, that is going to be an 18 then.
18 will hit. Roll me damage.
Oh, right. So, do I get sneak attack on that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's engaged with both of us, plus you had advantage. You get a sneak attack for days.
Yep. Alright, so that's gonna be 7 plus. Roll all these 6s, all these 6 dice. All these little taps in my ear. That is gonna be a whopping total of 30 points of damage.
Very nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Very nice.
And you're firing with Sun and Moon?
No, he's
No.
no. Crossbow.
Oh, the
Crossbow of the
Okay.
Hunter. Yes.
Got me. Alright. The bolt flies out from this thing. And
As I fired, I
strikes it.
yelled, "Snapper duck!" Without being very convincing.
Bolt flies, strikes the target. You've already done a scan on them, though, so you don't get a second one. But you still do a piercing shot into them, taking them into a more critical state.
All right. I'm gonna run up to our drunk friend. Cal, do I have enough action to take out Wand of Antivenom and deep poison her?
Sure. You depoison her from the alcohol.
I run up to our drunken aunt friend, the drunken aunt, and I just say, "We need your head in the game!" And I just hit her with the anti-venom wand, and I yank out all the poison that is alcohol, And she sobers up real fast.
Okay, very nice.
And I end my turn.
Alrighty. With that, it is now Raz's turn, and then it's going to be Snapper after that.
Okay. Well, I just made a man have a brain aneurysm, so let's light this other one on fire while he's alive. And I pull out a bottle of oil, and I'm just gonna run up and throw it at the other guy.
What's your speed?
30, so I can close up to throw it. I mean, I'm not sure the range on...
That puts you at 20.
Perfect, that's close enough, I think. Bottle of oil.
Sure.
Okay. I don't know, I'm not sure...
If you're going to throw it from more than point blank, though, I'm going to ask for an attack roll.
Oh, I'm rolling it, don't worry. Am I
Okay.
proficient in bottle throwing, Kyle, at this point in my life?
It would be an improvised weapon still.
Okay, well, so it's still a 17 to hit.
Alright, 17 will hit. Well done.
Okay, now someone else
If you rolled
light
a
it.
1, I was going to say you hit Snapper, and I was so hoping. I was so hoping.
Oh, the shit you would have been in.
I will pull out my flint and steel for next turn as my bonus action, but that's it. Cause thanks. Okay.
You throw the oil that splashes across, and it now comes to Snapper's turn.
Hello. And every attack against him is at advantage, correct?
Correct.
So, yep.
Alright, well, I'm going to start swinging mountain at him.
Alright.
First swing is, let's see, at advantage. Move 19. Oh, fuck. 31?
31 will hit.
That is not a crit. At 31 is not a crit. First damage is 9 plus, that'll be 19 for the first hit.
19 points of damage?
Yeah.
Very nice.
Second swing is a 19 to hit, 20, soft 20 to hit.
Soft 20 will hit. Roll for damage.
10 plus 7 plus 3 is 20 points of damage for the second swing.
20 points of damage. Alright.
Neither of those are criticals, and I'm so sad. Because I really want to use my new skill.
You, take this swing at him, and as the first slash goes across him, you see this look in his eye that he is in awe of this weapon, even as it strikes across his own flesh. And especially as the second one comes down, it is almost pornographic to him.
Nice.
It gave him a fear boner.
It is now Quill's turn. Quill is going to run up and try to strike this tentacle that's grown next to you. Sunblade first. Nice, and then Shadowblade as well. She's hits with the Sunblade, not the Shadowblade, unfortunately, and is going to be 1d8 plus 2 in radiant damage. That is only going to be 4 points of damage, because unfortunately the Shadowblade also did not land, which is just enough that it doesn't kill the vine, but it does slash it, and you hear a squeal from this thing as it shakes, and ichor starts to fly.
Nice.
And with that, no, that's it. So, that was her turn. Maybe should stick to wizarding, but here we go. So, next up is our friend the emissary. Standing now has to make a... That is a 10, so he's knocked prone again, correct?
Yeah.
Knocked back down onto the ground. Uses half his...
So annoying.
Uses half his movement to get back up.
That's the point of this.
Oh. Booey. as I'm trying to learn his abilities.
And if he's concentrating, he has to make a Constitution saving throw.
Fun thing about that tentacle, it is not a concentration thing. In fact, it's actually not a spell.
also
Just gonna keep saying.
With the spell. With the spell you do.
With this spell, yeah.
So
the sleep
he
spell.
gets up and no longer in the cone of silence. He is going to clap his hands together, and as his two hands come apart, in front of him is a glowing orb of eldritch fire, as well as in either hands, and he goes, Eldritch Blast! And three fly across the room as one goes to strike Yuki, another goes to strike Snapper, and then a third one flies back and hits Raz.
Does he have line of sight on me, considering there's an enemy in front between him and I?
It's also heavily obscured, so anything should be at disadvantage, I believe. Or it's like a -10.
If there's an in the storm it is. All right.
I forgot about that. I'm sorry, but the entire area is heavily obscured.
Yeah, let me get that sleet storm out.
I don't remember what that is exactly in terms of
The area is
causing
heavily
issues for you.
obscured, and exposed flames in the area are doused.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I think heavily obscured is you're at disadvantage, or it's
So
like a
dis-
-10.
I'll say we'll just do disadvantage. Can we agree on that instead of me having to look it up to confirm?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can agree on it. So, disadvantage attack to Yuki first. That is at disadvantage a 23.
Hits me.
Ooh.
And then Snapper. That is a 10.
Nope.
All right, and then to Raz. That is ooh, that was high, but it's disadvantage a 15.
Aha! My AC is 16.
Yes, very well.
Ah.
So, if that is the case, Yuki, you take 10 points of force damage, strikes you, and you feel your motions are slowed as your speed is reduced by 10 feet.
Again?
What a bastard.
He is going to use then his bonus action to move the tentacle to be right between to be in a flanking position between Yuki and the Berserker. Not that tentacle, the other tentacle. And get another attack on... Wait, let me see. Yes, and repeat the attack. So yes, he gets an attack off of the tentacle. That is a 21.
Hits.
All right. And then that is... I keep putting away my dice. Why am I doing that? 11 points of cold damage again, and your speed is reduced by another 10 feet.
Okay.
So it's still 20 feet because the other 10 feet has gone away because it was the start of his turn.
Okay.
All right. And that is the end of his turn. We now go to the occultist's turn. And then you see the being in front of you start to be... you start to see the wounds on him start to close. As you see the occultist take out a dagger and stab himself in the arm, and the blood starts to fly through the air and go towards him as he casts Life Transference, dealing...
Wow.
Okay,
That's
we need
cool.
to kill him.
That's cool.
Dealing 7
on.
points of necrotic damage to himself, and healing the Berserker for 14.
Yep.
The cool stuff.
That is cool.
What is the closest?
The occultists are the two to the sides in the storm.
Okay. Did they just start their turn?
Yes, they did.
Kyle,
I forgot to do
every
that.
single time.
I mean, if he
I'm
fell,
learning a lot of things right now.
if he fell, he would just get up. Like, that's the thing.
Sorry.
It's not gonna throw off his spell casting.
So that was
No,
11.
It absolutely can. If you're knocked prone, I think you have disadvantage on ranged spell attacks.
You absolutely do.
They would get back up.
And he is
Yeah.
not yet. So, but if they want to start moving, they're gonna have some trouble. So that was only 11.
Yeah.
Gets knocked prone. Uses half the movement to get back up. The other one
Does the spell.
Now it is his turn. So he was standing, but that is a 17. So he does not get knocked over, right?
Yeah, he's safe.
Yeah, he meets.
Yay! Go him! All right.
It's
All
just
right.
they keep falling down and then standing back up and then falling down, standing back up, falling down, and standing back up, and it's
For
just
a fucking minute.
they're not getting dealt damage, but also again, if they're casting at anyone that isn't their immediate ally, they're at disadvantage for any attacks.
So, that is coming up because he is about to cast a spell that has a range of 120 feet. He is in the storm. So,
He has a disadvantage.
oh, but it's not an attack spell. It's a save throw for you guys.
So then it's not disadvantage. We just have to make the save.
So,
Yeah.
forming behind Raz is a dot of darkness expands into a 20-foot radius sphere. As below
all of
you see a gaping maw and writhing tentacles of horror and teeth to the side.
Oh,
Hunger of Hadar
It's more hentai stuff.
opens underneath you. I need, when Ethan does the range, I'm pretty sure that's just about all of you, to please do a dex saving throw.
fuck. We're just
Rex.
here to save grasses.
Let's go.
Rex, welcome to the stream. Hi, buddy.
Ayo.
For Gwen.
Rex, don't judge us. It's not us.
Damn it.
What?
Don't judge us when our paladin is gone.
Uh,
Kyle made this happen.
No.
no,
made this
you
happen.
did this. You ran
All
off.
on you.
You ran off. Don't blame Kyle.
Kyle-
Kyle designed a
Kyle
great
is the one-
encounter. This is a
Kyle-
great encounter. This
No,
is
I
a great
understand.
encounter. 22. 22 is my save.
22, you succeed.
Hey, Yuki, guess what I got? Also 22.
Also
Twinsies!
Baku, Gwen, I'm gonna need you to also make dexterity saving throws as well as Snapper.
All right, sorry, my headset died when I was upstairs. So you restroom.
No worries.
5 for
The
me.
cultists are casting Hunger of Hadar.
Yeah.
It is a 20-foot radius sphere
Where?
forming
Starting where?
behind Raz.
Behind Raz.
Yep. So it's going to. Yep. Perfect.
We're fine.
It's fine. It's fine.
Just run
We
into
just
the
don't
storm.
have.
I
We don't
mean,
have our OG person to help with all our saving throws and to help protect us from everything.
Yeah, because they wanted to run off on a gay vacation with cultists.
Okay, it wasn't a gay vacation, but yes.
It's always a gay vacation of cultists. That's how they get you.
Your artificer elf has 0 spell slots and 1 point of exhaustion, so.
She
This is
wanted
great.
to have a fan service episode. She could go to the beach and relax in a bathing suit and.
This is a pirate
you know,
campaign. We're always at the beach.
No, we're not. We're beachside.
so how much
but-
damage do we take, Kyle?
For those, hold on.
You need a dex saving throw, right, Kyle?
Yeah.
Yes, it is a dex saving throw.
And I saw this, so I have advantage.
Yep.
Nat 20.
Damn!
22.
That's
That's my
Yo,
second
another
nat 20 of the night.
13. 13 nat 20s tonight.
My last 5 biddies.
Betty's!
You hear in this void, this sphere, soft whispers and slurping noises. You are also in darkness. No light, magical or otherwise, can illuminate the area, and creatures fully within the area are considered blind.
Great. Love it.
This void of space is also considered difficult terrain, and everyone is going to take 2d6 of cold damage, which was 8 points. If you succeed, that is halved.
Oh, dope.
Oh! I apologize. I read this wrong. The dex save is for when it comes to your turn.
Oh, okay.
You're all
We can
enveloped in
just
this.
We can just let those stand.
So just hold on to your numbers. Those will stand for when it comes to your turn.
But the damage is whole. It's the full 8 damage.
It is 8 points of cold damage.
Alright, so I need to throw in another 4.
And everyone is blinded and in difficult terrain.
Great.
It is the dexterity saving throw is going to be used at the beginning of your turn to see if you avoid starting turn acid damage.
Oof.
Yep. It is concentration. This is as a, but that is the end of their turn. Okay. 1 sec. And with that, then, because I keep forgetting, the emissary is going to use one of his legendary actions that I kept forgetting to do, and is going to use 2 action points to move the tentacle. No, it's going to stay right there, and it is going to, with its blind sense, attack Yuki.
Wait. What is blind sense? Because anything in this
It can
sphere.
see. It can see.
It has blind sense, it can see through darkness.
Yeah.
It doesn't need vision to see.
Yep.
Yeah, but this is magical blinding.
Blind sense
Yeah,
overrides.
This is advanced
I wasn't sure. I
darkness.
wouldn't know because sometimes magical darkness
But
can.
that's why he's saying it has blind sense.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
blind sense and true sight are the 2 things that can overcome magical darkness.
I'm just checking.
Yeah, he's just checking. He's just trying to save Yuki 10 points of cold damage.
This is just healed you.
Oh, that health is all gone. That health
I
is
know.
long
Please
gone.
stay alive.
And
Is my movement reduced again?
your movement is reduced by another 10 feet.
So I'm down to, I think, 15 feet of movement. From the emissary, the tentacle to my right, and now this tentacle. Yeah, it's 30 feet, so I'm down to 15
Yeah,
movement.
that's rough.
Finally, slower than me.
I could still double my speed for to make it 30 with feline agility.
You're still slower than me.
But with that, Yuki, it is your turn.
Can't run away from this.
So now you're using your dexterity saving throw, which is to avoid the tongue that licks along your side, dealing 6 points of acid damage reduced to 3.
Okay. Cough up a little bit more blood. A lot more blood. Now Kyle,
Yes.
would you allow me to basically this is how I'm kind of trying to figure it and flavor it.
Mhm.
I close my eyes and I try to remember the room, and I'm going to use Shadow Step to teleport out of this darkness to then to another corner of the room.
Monk shit. Sure.
Okay, so then I'll teleport to like the base of like the stairs thing, like where I saw some other heavy shadows.
So to the left there.
To the left, like right,
Like,
yeah, over there.
where?
To the bottom.
There?
Yeah, there. Because I would think over there's probably like dimly lit, maybe a little bit, maybe a little dark. That's up to you though.
Okay.
Is it like?
No.
Okay.
That's fine.
So
I
yeah.
I think I'm not contesting it.
Okay, so yeah, I just kind of close my eyes, trying to picture that moment, and then I just sink into the floor, teleporting into that spot without provoking attacks of opportunity.
As you go into the shadows and travel out, you just hear, "Oh, tabaxi, what a rare taste."
And I turn and because I got nothing to say to that, and I'm just gonna like chuck, because I can sort of make out, not really. I know this is gonna be a disadvantage, but I'm gonna chuck daggers at the vine that was. Actually, no, I can actually make out the guy that's at the top of the circle. I can make him out a little bit.
I'll say that there's just so little showing though that he's probably also very enveloped in the darkness. That would
Alright,
also be a disadvantage.
I'll still make him at disadvantage then. So then, yeah.
Okay.
Dagger. First throw. 19?
19 hits. Oh, you know what? It'd be at disadvantage, but he's still reckless.
Oh!
So it's a straight roll.
Oh, so then, yeah, it's still a 19.
Alright.
Still a 19. And that becomes 9 points of piercing.
Alright, 9 points of piercing damage.
These daggers are not magical, by the way.
Okay.
Okay. So straight
The
roll.
resistance is magic and non-magic.
Okay. This is 17.
17 will also hit.
Another 9 points of piercing.
9 points of piercing damage. Very nice.
And then
Pretty
I
good
throw
for dagger.
And then I throw up.
Alright.
Just cough up a little bit more blood. As I go to like, I gotta mark that I use those daggers, and then yeah, and that's it. That's my turn.
Gwen, so go.
Fuck. Well, action, cast light. Because it is magical light, it will pierce through darkness.
Magical darkness obscures magical light.
Nope.
No
magical
light.
Darkness can only be darkness spreads around corners. A creature with dark vision can see through this, and non-magical light can't illuminate it.
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what?
No, she's right.
Yep. If any of the spell's area overlaps with an area of light created by a spell at second level or lower, the spell that created light is dispelled. However,
This is Hunger Hadar though.
Yes.
Hunger Kadar is no light, magical, or otherwise can illuminate the area.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't.
So that's
that
my
doesn't do it.
concern.
Okay.
Because Hunger Hadar
Normal
specifically
magical
says no light, magical,
Yeah, if
or
it was the
otherwise.
darkness spell, but yeah.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
No,
if
no.
it still did that same thing.
Fair. Also, what was your dexterity saving throw from before?
It was a 10.
10. Okay. Gwen does not succeed on the dexterity saving throw and takes 7 points of acid damage.
Okay.
As you feel a tentacle-like tongue lap the bottom of your foot and go up the back of your thigh.
Hey.
Ugh. Okay. We're not going there, Kyle.
Yeah.
Ew.
It's gross.
Yeah, it is.
I've seen enough anime to know where that's going.
Yep. Okay, well, so she's in darkness, all this stuff is happening. She's not at half speed. She's going to move, let me roll for this.
Oh! Has she been rolling concentration checks then on that damage?
She's not. That was the first bit. Hold on. Because, I believe she has other thing. Cool. Just a sec. Yeah, she saves in a concentration check for maintaining all of the fucking black ice that's on the ground. She is going to move to the left as far as she can until she's out of darkness.
Which direction?
25. I said left. So 25 feet left.
Bumps into Baku. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, just like running, small trip and continue on. And it gets through that, kind of comes out like, okay. So she doesn't see anything else. Because she sees Yuki, but she doesn't see anyone else, because everyone else is either in the darkness or in that like heavily obscured area. can she see any of the enemies that are in the heavily obscured area?
In the heavily obscured area, they're not invisible, so you could probably still see them from a distance, yeah.
Okay, she is gonna hold the dead. So it's cantrip, needs wisdom saving throw. But before that, she is going to 4th level cure wounds or healing word on Yuki. Woo. So 44.
Oh.
17 points of healing.
Okay. Nice.
And then a wisdom saving throw from. Actually, that's not even.
Can you see them?
The one that is like above Yuki, it's just within range to see them and cast Hold the Dead.
Okay. Yeah, the card in front of you is not pure cover, so.
Yeah. So, wisdom saving throw from them, please.
Alrighty. That is. Wisdom saving throw?
Yes.
That is a 13.
Okay, they fail, and they haven't taken damage yet, right?
That one has. That was the one that cast the life transference, so they've cast damage on themselves.
Haha. Then I do more damage. Give me a moment.
A lot more.
Yep. It's always nice.
Great. It's a really good cantrip.
It is.
16 points of necrotic damage.
16 points of necrotic damage. Very nice. So now I need to roll a concentration check for that tentacle. That is a failure, so the tentacle next to Snapper vanishes.
Hey!
Yeah, the smaller one, yep. Alright. Very nice. Anything else on your turn, or is that it?
No, that's it.
Okay. It is now the Berserker's turn. It is going to use its movement to step out of the of Hadar, the Hunger of Hadar, which it fails its save, so maybe you might not even get that attack of opportunity. Oh, just enough. Okay, it takes 6 points of acid damage. As it takes its step out, you do get an attack of opportunity, but since you're blinded, is at disadvantage.
I know, but it hasn't been his turn yet.
It's his turn now.
Yeah.
So it's a disadvantage roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, until the start of its next turn. So
disadvantage roll. 15.
15 just matches armor class. So
hey. Thank God for that +2 on. So that will be a 11 plus 3, 14 damage.
14 points of damage. All right. And with that, even reduced down to 7, that is it for the Berserker. As another big guy goes down, not getting to complete his turn. But again, as you slice across, a sickening smile across his face, and he slumps to the ground.
I didn't see a smile on his face. He just saw an black bed into his chest as he's.
Baku, you're up. What was your dexterity saving throw from before?
Still have that? Oh, that was a 5, Kyle.
5 will not be enough as you feel a tongue lick across you, dealing 8 points of acid damage.
Uncanny dodge!
Hey!
Gross. 4 points of acid damage then.
Alright. Gonna only bleed out slowly this time. Great, love it. So I can't really see, right? Like...
You're blinded, you literally cannot.
Yeah. gonna grope around in the darkness and try to get out. Trying to find a way. How do I solve this?
Well, oddly enough, blinded doesn't really do much about movement, so you can still move out of the darkness.
All right, I'm gonna run straight ahead.
It is, though, considered difficult terrain, so it'll be half your movement.
I'm gonna slowly move straight ahead.
With 15 feet, you should be able to make it out depending on the direction.
All right. Well, I go forward and I run into Snapper's shell. Not hard, but I realize it's Snapper's shell. And I grab onto like his tail or something.
You walk out and you feel the familiar shell of Snapper, and Snapper, you just feel something holding on to you.
Are you moving? Are you going to continue moving past me?
Sure.
You only went 10, 20, so you have another. You could move diagonally one? No, you only have 30 feet.
You'd have to
I only got
only
30
have
feet.
15.
I mean, you could double move if you wanted to really get out, but
True.
you wouldn't get to attack, but you would be out of it.
No, but I'm not gonna move any further. I'm just gonna hold on to the Snapper. I recognize this shell. Snapper, we gotta get out of here. Can't see anything.
Oh, geez, Rick.
Are you gonna take an action to do anything?
Yeah, you're holding on to your tail.
You can guide me.
I was gonna say, can I help? Can I help Snapper maneuver? How that works?
Yes, but I don't know how that would come into play here.
Alright, Snapper, I just started walking forward from behind us is the way we came in. We just gotta move forward a little bit more. I think we can get out of this. Just gonna sound off like what's around us, what was around us before.
Alright.
And my turn.
And with that, we go to Raz.
Perfect. My
Snapper
plan
to
is to
fall.
run forward 15 feet screaming.
First things first, what was your dex again? 22?
22, yeah.
Okay, so as you're leaving, you still feel the lick of a tongue across the back of your heels, but it's only for reduced 2 points of acid damage.
Perfect. So yeah, Raz just like, ah! Just runs forward.
It's difficult terrain, so.
Yep, I can make it to the snow, and I'm gonna run directly into it and not stop.
10, 20, 30.
Yep.
My
There you go.
morph escapes me.
And then, who's the fuck that cast this shadow shit?
That would be the occultist closer to you.
Okay, I'm shooting him with a gun.
Alright, please roll me an attack.
Now pull down that gun.
It's a nat 20.
No!
Alright, do that critical damage.
Okay, 8, 16, 18 damage.
18 points of damage, very nice.
Nice.
Is the gun magical?
No, it's just a regular. It's a pistol. The pistol that Baku gave me. It's just a plain pistol.
Gotcha. You use this pistol and you fire, and you similarly see this bullet like pierce the skin, but a shockwave goes across them as they seem to absorb some of the damage from it. But that is still a concentration check. Due to his fanatical focus to the Kraken guiding him, he gets advantage on concentration checks to hold conjuration spells. Which makes that a 19.
Okay.
So he succeeds on holding Hunger of Hadar.
Very much so. Now that's bonus action with my free hand. I will pull out another flask of oil.
Oh right, the other one was covered in oil. Yeah, we never did anything with that.
No, the guy's dead body next to me is covered in oil and a giant axe mark in his back. Okay, it's my turn. Done my 15 feet of movement.
He's got a pretty big axle.
Hey,
Sorry.
Alrighty. So Snapper, you are up, being guided out by Baku. What was your dexterity saving throw?
Nat 20'd.
Alright, so you only take half, which would be 3 points of acid damage.
Cool, take it. If Baku is holding onto my tail, would he just come with me if I run out of darkness?
Because Eric had more movement speed, I'll allow it.
Okay. So I'm going to take my full movement of 40 feet, so 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
It's difficult terrain in the Hunger Adar.
Oh. Yeah, I know. So that's 10 feet right there.
The sleet storm is also
okay.
difficult terrain.
Okay, so 10, 20, 30, 40. And then,
I'm not. Yes, it is difficult terrain. Yep. Okay.
okay. And then I will double move. And then another 10 to 20. There.
All right.
Then I'll
That bit of movement will not take Baku with you.
Okay. So Baku's back here.
Which probably works to his advantage, but
Yeah. Probably. And I'll get right up into this big inky bastard's face. And I'll
Okay.
go, I'm in your face.
yes. All right.
And I will frenzy.
Okay.
And I will basically just like let my eyes just go, like I pop all the blood vessels in both my eyes. And then
All right.
For like
So-
half that, but we got.
We're
Yeah,
pulling
you
out the
cut
gun.
out
All we got was gak, 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 gak.
yeah, I'm going to frenzy as a bonus action.
And turn into a crab. Gak, 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 gak.
No, I'm just gonna start foaming at the mouth and let the capillaries in both my eyes burst because I'm raging so fucking hard. Just,
All
like,
righty.
the blood pressure in my face is just like, and so now I'm currently in a frenzy. Hi, here's me.
Alrighty. Next up is Quill, who dex saved. Now 20. So she is only going to take half that acid lick. For 4 points of damage. Okay. Concentration check. Succeeds as well. Fantastic. She is going to use 20 feet of movement to head north. And then just a step to the left. To make her way out of that. And then she is going to fire off a Wizard Classic of Magic Missile towards the towards the Kraken occultist in front of her. So
I like you called it Wizard Classic.
it is.
It's like, yeah, there's Pepsi and then Pepsi Classic.
Deedly doo. And that is going to be the end of her turn. One moment. I put in Wizard Missile.
Wizard Missile.
I was like, why can't I find this?
If that's not a vibrator name, I don't know what it is.
I love the spell Wizard Missile.
That's when a barbarian throws their wizard. Kind of funny.
Oh, if Raz was a little beefier, he would have done that by now.
Raz has been wanting to get thrown a lot.
You throw me all the time.
Yeah.
Throw me twice.
You throw me more than that.
I'd do it more often if I could.
And
you do.
with that-
You've done it without me asking before.
I know. Get stronger.
And with that, it is now the emissary's turn. It is going to yeah. But as you approach it, mountain in hand, it takes a look at you. Why is the music not playing? I told you to loot. It sees this weapon in your hands, and he goes, "Oh, so you've already found the first. Where is this Triton friend of yours?" As he starts looking about the room, but not being one to. Oh wait, sorry. Dexterity saving throw. Sleep storm.
Oh, you're
Okay. That is a 14.
Bro.
Oh, if he was prone next to me, it would be a fucking issue for him. It's too bad they can't make that at the end of their turn.
Yeah, that'd be funny. So he's going to look about the room, call for your Triton friend, as I said there, and then Raz, you notice out of the corner of your eye, the tentacle that was behind you vanishes, and then Snapper reappears right next to you and smacks you with it across the face.
That's good for me.
Not me.
Yeah.
And does an 18 hit?
Matches.
Hits
it beats it.
Okay, so
It is 10 feet long, right? Like that is the correct sizing for it. Just as a heads up.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
and it hits you for 9 points of cold damage, and your speed is reduced for 10, reduced by 10 feet.
Alrighty.
And with that, that is its turn. So next up is the more weakened occultist behind you, and that one is going to
Make a check to see if he stays on his feet.
also true. That's a nat 20.
Hey! My goodness!
That
It's like
is-
when you walk on ice, you go.
Can we hit 20 nat 20s tonight? Oh my goodness. We are almost there.
Yeah, we are.
It is going to take the robes on its chest and pull them from side to side, and tendrils of dark energy are going to erupt in front of it and batter any enemies that are 10 feet in front of it, which only includes Snapper, I believe. 10 feet, yes. Cool.
Oh, that's well, I wasn't sure which direction it was facing.
Fair question. It is just going to hit you. So, I need you to make a saving throw.
A what?
Strength saving throw.
Oh, good. I have advantage on that. Because I'm raging.
Mm-hmm.
16.
16. All right, you succeed. So you do get to take reactions, and you only take half of the necrotic damage, which is 3.
Take it. I'm at 77.
Must be nice.
All right.
Look, it's my build.
And then with that is going to take its bonus action, and you see in an instant the emissary and the occultist swap places.
Wait,
Oh,
it can't cast 2 spells in one turn?
It is not a spell.
Oh, bastard. Alright.
You see them dip into the ground as if falling into water and reappearing in a split second, but in swapped positions.
Do I get attack of opportunities on the movement?
It's teleport. If it's a teleport, it doesn't.
It is a teleport, then no.
So
Yeah.
then it
Okay,
does.
just checking, just checking.
No, fair question. You would have actually had, since you succeeded on that strength save, you actually do get to keep your reactions, so that is a good question. But that is the end of its turn, as that's all it can do. And then is the other occultist's turn. The one that is next, closer to you, is going to approach from the side, and similar to what you've seen with Kazi, a crackling energy appears in its hands, and it goes to press its hand against you for Shocking Grasp.
Likely story.
Since it is a heavily obscured, it's going to be a disadvantage.
Also, roll to see if it stays on its feet.
Fair. Let's do that first. That is.
It means you'll have to do
13.
that too.
I know,
Okay.
but I have
13
advantage
stays
on
on
next
its
saving
feet?
throws. Becca.
Down.
Yes, you're
13. Does he stay on his feet?
you're
it's
muted.
17.
17.
17 has to be.
Oh, all right. So he gets knocked prone. Uses half his movement to get up. Then takes 10 feet of movement to move 5 feet over. So it will still get in the attack, but that's it for its movement. But but with that slip and trying to go through the skating sleet, it rolls a nat 1.
Hey!
And the Shocking Grasp. You're not wearing armor, correct?
I cannot wear armor.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so never mind. So that is just a 1. Fuck. All right. That is the end of its turn. And so, if that is the case, also the emissary would be another 5 feet behind you.
This one?
Oh! I couldn't see with my settings. Switch the occultist that's flanking you with the tentacle with the emissary.
Oh, okay. So that's the one he switched places with. Yeah.
Yeah, and he'd be 5 feet away from you, not in touch range. But the occultist you just... Sorry, that occultist is within touch range. The emissary, please move it 5 feet to the left.
Like that?
Yep. Thank you. All right. And now he is going to use one of his legendary actions to catch a single Eldritch Blast.
At who?
At Snapper.
At
so disadvantage. Ooh, that is a 16 and a 9.
Miss.
Does 18 hit?
18 matches.
18 matches. Okay.
With a 9, he still got you. Oh no.
That is 9 points of cold damage, and your speed is reduced by another 10 feet.
I'm down to 20 feet of movement.
You still have like a million hit points though. You're okay.
I have 68 hit points.
Oh, so close.
I'm at,
So close to 69.
I know.
So close.
I'm at half health basically now.
We now go to the top of the order, and Yuki, you're up.
Now I wish I was here for lay on hands for 1 point.
Jeez. Is all my movement back?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Oh my god. Let me see. I took damage last turn, so yeah, I still have rage. Okay. Oh my god. Hold on. There's a thing for this, I think.
As it looks like you have something devious planned.
Oh, no, I had something more devious planned beforehand, but this is just better for everyone else. My original plan put me in danger as well. New plan makes it better for everyone else. And then I can do the first plan later.
Alright. I apologize. I'm just checking
I
something.
apologize.
Okay, so now that I've got all my movement back, and I have spent a turn to recharge my feline agility, so I have 90 feet. I'm going to try and get as close as I can to the emissary. So, 5, 10, then up.
Wait, 5,
So
10.
5, 10, and then up 20, because now I'm in the sleet. Now that I entered it, hold on, I gotta...
40, 50.
I got a 27 to not slip. I have 90 feet, so I should be able to make it.
Yeah, you're in front of. Yeah. You're
Okay,
there.
so I'm there. And then I will attack recklessly. So I can just have a straight roll. Two-handed quarterstaff. Hit. 19.
19 will hit.
14 points of bludgeoning. My staff is magical.
Nice.
Okay.
So you are attacking the emissary.
Yes. I think now
Okay.
we're finally hitting him. Second.
Yep.
Second bop. Two-handed as well. Dirty 20.
Dirty 20 will also hit.
Oh. 16 points of bludgeoning.
16 points of bludgeoning damage.
And then I will spend a key point for Furia blows. Furia meows. Still reckless, so straight roll. 25.
Alright, 25 will hit.
And these are with my claws. And this is going to be 12 points of slashing.
Very nice.
One more. Another 25.
25 will also hit, yeah.
And that will be another 12 points of slashing damage. And on the last one, I will spend a key point to Stunning Strike.
Nice.
So, Constitution saving throw.
Sure. That is a 14.
He's stunned.
He is stunned in place. Now remind me, I know we obviously cannot move or attack, but is he still able to speak?
Nope.
Okay.
You're essentially seized, and it's like if I played the skip card on Uno, and you just skip your turn.
And
But
any attack against him is at advantage.
I just want to be.
I'll
I want to be
also
fair
assume
though.
He can't take legendary actions.
Is he a legendary creature though?
He is.
So are you? You could use a legendary resistance. I just
Sure.
want to be fair, but
I could.
okay, never mind. He is stunned. Okay, that's scary. You're okay. He's stunned. Have fun. That's my turn. Bye. Okay, I'm gonna go. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Holy crap.
We need to go. Can we just stop here? Can we just go somewhere else?
Man, it's about to get the fuck out of here o'clock.
Let's see, about 10:30, guys. I think we need to go.
Okay.
It's the end of my turn,
When?
so
The dusty trail.
that's
When you're up.
Okay. She is going to move up 30 feet, drop the sleet storm, which doesn't cost an action or anything. She just drops concentration on it. And,
Okay, sleep storm gone.
then hold on. before
Thank you.
fully you can remove that. And then
This on fire temple is now just covered in snow.
dope.
as she's going to because she can move up 30 feet, she's going to cast what is it? Call lightning. Has 120-foot range. She's going to
Can it be cast indoors? I feel like there was something about that. You are indoors.
Can be cast indoors.
I thought it could, but it does more damage if it's outside and stormy already.
yeah, I
Okay.
guess. Because you need to have 10 feet of ceiling space.
Gotcha. Okay. Then it's definitely high enough for that.
Yeah. Because it just says it has to be 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius. It fails if you can't see a point in the air where the storm cloud could appear.
Okay.
For example, if you're in a room that can't accommodate the cloud. So it does say if you're in a room, so it can be cast indoors.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So, yeah, so she's gonna do this, and she's going to drop a bolt of lightning, directly on big guy. The one that Snapper is next to.
Wait, this is the boss guy. This is the tentacle.
Okay, she's gonna drop it on the tentacle, because, specifically on the right side of the tentacle, because it's within 5 feet of wherever she drops it. Every creature has to make a dexterity saving throw.
So you're making it where?
Here.
Ethan, like, could you, like, ping or something? I can't really see your mouse.
Yeah.
The backside of the temple, the butt.
No,
Oh, okay.
make it there.
She's zapping the butt.
How tall are the ceilings?
Nice placement.
How tall are the ceilings in there?
It's a cathedral. 20,
It's a
30 feet.
it's a high ceiling. I don't have an exact number off the top of my head, and I should have planned
the
for
thing
spider
is-
boot stuff.
This is what it looks
Kyle,
like.
rookie mistake.
It's just to be like fair about stuff. It says it's centered on a point you can see 100 feet. It has to be 100 feet.
Are we in the air?
Where
Yeah. The first
No.
sentence. The storm cloud
a
appears
storm
in a
cloud appears in a shape of a cylinder that is 10 feet tall with a 60-foot radius centered on a point you can see within range directly above you.
Yeah, I'm not
It
seeing
has
the
a
100-foot thing.
120-foot range.
Come on, roll 20 and
She's on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, I'm on D&D Beyond here.
this is
Whatever.
call lightning. What? Yeah,
Yeah.
go on.
Yeah.
Lightning
It's fine.
goes.
Yeah. Either way, you cast down the lightning, so they're all making dex saves, correct?
Yeah. Dexterity saving throws on all three of those
Michael
things.
and the two baddies.
Alrighty, so first things first here, let's do the two occultists. A is red. That is a 9, and that is a 12.
Cool. And she's gonna use her channel divinity, so it does a max of 30 lightning damage on
Ooh.
both of them.
Alrighty.
Also,
So-
the tentacle takes damage if it can take damage. I'm not sure how that works.
So
But-
you do 30 damage to the two occultists. One of them, the one that went for the swap, so the upper one there, is no more. As the lightning strike takes out the last of its health. The second one is struck hard and goes into a bloodied state, but it's still standing. You also see as the lightning strikes into the ground, it seems to pass through the spectral form of the tentacle unharmed.
Huh. As long as there was less there to fuck up Snapper, that's what she's concerned about. And that's going to be the end of it. She doesn't have bonus action that she can use. So, she's done.
Okay. Berserkers are gone, so Baku, you are up.
Right.
No legendary actions can be taken, so...
Alright, so it's a little grainy on my screen. What exactly is left here am I looking at?
If you shoot the guy in front of me, you'll have advantage.
Yeah.
So the emissary is stunned in front of Yuki, the occultist is 10 feet in front of you to the right, and the lightning bolt didn't seem to affect the tentacle.
Alright. Well, let's just go keep crossbowing people and let's go for the one that Yuki is fighting, so let's do that.
So it'll be at advantage. Eric.
Alright, so double advantage.
Super advantage.
This is what I heard. So that's gonna be a 19.
19 will hit, so please roll me that damage.
And you get your sneak
Do
attack.
I get? I was gonna say
do.
sneak attack. Very liberal with that term, but I will always take it. As I fire this one, I yell sneak attack.
Sneak attack!
22 points of damage.
Alright. So, help me out here, everyone. If he is attacking with a magical weapon, does sneak attack count as magical damage?
Yes.
Okay. And how much was that damage again?
22.
22 points of damage. You see your shot fly through the air and strike into the chest this stunned emissary, and the bolt seems to not have the reverberation you've seen on the shots, as it seems to pierce through whatever defenses are in place around this being. And you get in a good hit. I was about to say numbers, but no. So, next up is Raz, then Snapper.
Wait, Kyle?
Yep.
I then hit the detonator in my hand. It's explosive. I'm just kidding. Okay.
I was
Anyways.
about to say, I'm right there, dude!
Goodbye, Yuki. You had a good
Bye.
run.
Yep.
No one noticed the C4 attached to the crossbow bolt.
What, everybody has uncanny dodge, right? You guys could just dodge things. You just haven't, right? That's...
Not how that works.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Raz is going to run up to the right of Yuki. And he's going to do the classic genius move of grovel, cower, and beg. Please don't hurt me! I don't even eat sushi! Why are you doing this? We've done nothing wrong! I just want to go to sleep! And now you had advantage until my next turn.
He was
We
stunned
already had
already.
advantage because he was stunned.
He was stunned.
On both of them.
Oh!
Until
So-
the end of my next turn. So Baku still has it even after your stun is done.
Okay.
It's like one of the few things left that you could do.
I'm very... Guys, I have no spells. I have a gun and that's it. And it doesn't do much for Sim.
Still, like, good. Yeah.
Glad I gave you that
Perfect.
gun.
That's smart thinking.
Clever.
Yeah.
That's good. That was good.
That's it. I'm done. Where's my grovel cower and beg button? Let me put that. There we go.
Do a little dance.
Oh, I forgot to roll concentration. I got a hunger and dar, but I think it also got deleted already. All right, that was failed, so no worries.
I thought that was the cultist that we killed already had Hunger of Hadar up.
No, it was the other one. But either way,
Oh.
it broke now, so everyone was out of it anyways.
Alright.
All right. Well, that is your turn. So Snapper, you are up.
Hello. I'm just gonna look back and go, fuck off with his tentacles, and just move 5 feet. And just slowly, just trudge. Just a slow trudge. Just move. You really pissed me and my friends off at this point. I have 18 AC for those attack of opportunity.
Oh yeah, the attack of opportunity there.
Yep, 2 of them.
Sorry. That is making sure here. A 25.
Hit.
All right. You see this I keep saying crackling energy in their palms, similar to what you've seen from your friends.
Oh, I'm not even phasing them. I turned tail. I turned my back to them. I'm like, fuck off. I just walked like casual, just like, hit me if you want. I'm walking away.
As you feel a scratch of claws, which don't really do any actual damage, but then you feel a lightning strike through you as you take 13 points of lightning damage. All right.
And behind me, I'm just dragging, like Pyramid Head. I'm just dragging Mountain behind me. And I just wheel it up over, and I take 3 strikes at advantage. Mountain.
Yes, you do.
First strike be a 30 even to hit.
30 will hit.
That was 16 damage.
16
First strike.
Damage. Well done.
Second roll is a 26 to hit.
26 will also hit.
Roll for it is 10 plus 7 plus 3, 20 damage.
20 points of damage. Holy shit. All right.
Third roll, because I frenzied last round,
Yes, you did.
is no crits. God damn it! 3 advantage rolls. There'll be a 23 to hit.
23 will also hit, so roll me damage.
9 plus that actually says 10 for some reason. It caught in the corner of my web browser screen, so it stayed. Like, it was between a 9 and a 10, but it rolled as a 10.
How much damage was that?
17 plus 2, so 20 even, because another 1, so another 20 damage.
All right, 20 damage.
So I rolled.
Okay.
I did what, 57 points of damage that round?
That was good.
Yeah.
You carve into this being, and you like see the tentacles reaching across, trying to like absorb some of the blows, and get scraped and regenerate as the slashes go across, and you see him break skin, but no sound can be made as he is stunned. So remind me, the stun lasts until when?
The start of my turn.
Your turn. All right.
Yeah.
Quill is up then. Not really been able to do anything. Her bit of combat has not been as glamorous, but she...
The end of my next turn, sorry.
Right, okay.
Yeah, just to clarify.
Alrighty. So she is going to... 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Go between Raz and the occultist and attack with her Sunblade. That is a success, which then for damage is 3 points of radiant damage.
She wanted to come. She wanted to be here. She's helping.
She's tried. She's tried.
She's doing her best.
Yeah. Damage is
Yep.
damage.
And Duelding going to try to go use her bonus attack for the Shadow Blade, but that is going to be a failure.
Oh.
You know, maybe if she wasn't drunk all the time.
She's not drunk right now.
She's not drunk now.
Are you sure?
Baku did the wand and pulled the drunkenness out.
Sure.
But I think Becca's right that if there's a little bit more training that wasn't drunk, maybe she could fight sober better.
Oh, maybe she
Yeah.
fights better drunk.
We
I-
don't want to encourage that at all. We need her
Wait,
to
is Gwen
sober
saying this
up.
or is Mer saying this?
Sorry, Mer's not here. Gwen doesn't care.
There we go.
Gwen would care a little bit.
So she goes in for that attack, uses her bonus action, so that is the end of her turn. Next up is the Emissary, who is stunned. So, on to the Occultist, who is going to, I was about to say make a dexterity saving throw, not anymore. They are going to, they have, checking here, 30 feet of movement. So, yes, I was on the right one. So, through the tentacle, up 30 feet. Ethan, if you could please move him.
Move the tentacle 30 feet?
No, move the occultist. All right, and then bonus action. That's a pillar he's standing on.
Oh, well, that's 30 feet, so that's 25
So
feet
just
there.
short there then. With his bonus action, swap places with the emissary.
Would the mage get an attack of opportunity?
Yeah,
Quill?
she would. She would.
Quill would get an
She
attack
has
of
a sword.
opportunity. That is a hit. And that
He
is
actually
much
does
better.
something for
That
once.
is 9 points of damage. 9 points of radiant damage across the chest. Still standing, but now in a bloodied state. The occultist is now standing in front of you with gaping wounds across its chest. And he is going to look across you all and say under his breath, "May you all drown in the wake of the wave mother." And he is going to cast a spell you've seen before and cast Life Transference. 7.
Mer's not here. She can't counterspell the shit.
I don't get counterspell.
Mer does.
As
does
he
his wizard not have it? Does Quill not have counterspell?
Quill does not have
She just used her
counterspell.
reaction, so never mind.
Yep. As he deals 20 damage to himself, killing himself.
Wow!
And you see the emissary across the way, wounds start to close and stitch themselves back together as the blood flies through the air and goes to the emissary across the way.
Gross.
It's a pretty baller move. I mean,
It's
even if
still
he is
cool,
enemy.
yeah. Like,
I
gross.
respect that.
No.
The commitment, like, to the boss.
Yeah.
And we go back to the top of the order. Yuki, you're up.
All right. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. I have enough movement to get right in front of the emissary.
Go for it.
So Ethan, if you want to move me, please. I'm gonna be right in front of him. Boop. It would be 35, I think it was.
Yep,
Something
that's
like
pretty
that. Rush up, cause he's still stunned. Rush up, quarterstaff in hand. You're not getting away! And two-handed quarterstaff attack. 19.
19 will hit.
That is. Ooh.
And just for the sake of fairness, you did roll with advantage because still stunned, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
16 points of bludgeoning.
16 points of bludgeoning damage.
Yep.
Very nice.
Then second attack. Ooh, baby! Hold on. You gotta see it.
Got it.
There it
You
is on the other
you love
one.
to see it.
Nat 20. I don't know if you could. My shadows are blocking it, but there it is. Nat 20, baby.
Beautiful.
Woo.
20, well done. Roll me
Had a-
that critical damage.
Had to pick it up because we were starting to slow down
Yeah, we did.
on the Nat 20s. So with that,
All the 20s. Can we reach 20 20s in one session?
20,
I think we're
20 points of bludgeoning
Very nice.
for that hit.
Also, the dice roller is now on the combat sheet, the encounter sheet. That's awesome.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's so
Is that
useful. I
next week?
could have been doing that.
Oh.
Anyway,
Uh,
so
That was
Yep.
20. 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage on the net 20. Very nice.
Yep. Bonus action, key point, Fury of Meows. Unarmed strikes. 18.
18 will hit.
And that will be 9 points of slashing damage.
9 points of slashing damage. Very nice.
Second strike. 24.
24 will hit.
Jesus.
Jesus. Yeah, right.
11 points of slashing damage.
Okay.
And then, yeah, that last one, I'm gonna try and re-stun him. Stunning strike.
Okay.
So Constitution saving throw.
Alrighty. Now we're using a legendary resistance.
Ooh, okay.
And that is a 20.
Well, with legendary resistance, you just succeed. You don't have to re-roll it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Misread that.
Oh, it's okay, buddy.
Alright.
It's okay. But he is not stunned. Does
That 20 doesn't count
you
towards the
still have
20s.
to be in front of him for your grovel, or is that still?
Nope. It's till the end of my next turn, or till the start of my next turn.
Okay, so he's not stunned, but at least everyone still has advantage on the attacks. Okay,
Very nice.
and that's it. That's the end of my turn.
Yep.
All right. At the end of your turn, he is going to use 2 legendary action points to move the tentacle 30 feet to be next to him, and on its way take a slap across the back of Yuki's head.
So Ethan, if you want to move it,
That is a 21.
that'll hit me.
Oh, never mind, I can't.
So you take. Ooh, double 7. So 14 points of cold damage, and your speed is reduced by 10 feet. Not that you're really going anywhere, but.
Still, it hurt.
Still make Yuki sad.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. That's the end of the legendary action. So Gwen, you are up.
How badly damaged is this guy looking?
You see just cuts and scrapes. The stitched together wounds have already been reopened from the sharp claws of your monk ally.
Hell yeah.
He is the cusp of bloodied and critical.
Cool. She is going to move up 30 feet in a straight line. And then he's
Oh.
within range of that. However, she needs him to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. For Constitution, that is a 14.
That is a fail.
Okay.
Is he going to use the legendary resistance?
Yes, he is.
Okay, so he will save.
Casting, by the way.
What?
He.
Yeah, you're supposed to declare what you're casting, Becca.
Well, I mean, it's. But she's going to... Hold on. Do math real quick. So I can do this real quick.
While you're doing the math, I forgot to mention on his turn, finally being able to speak again after Yuki's stunning effect. You can't see his eyes. The tentacle wrapped around his head doesn't really allow him. Oh, hello, kitty. Allows you to get vision of his vision, but you can still feel that he is scanning you, that he's looking over all of you. And he notices at Gwen's side the handle of Cloud, and he has seen the blade of Mountain. He has not quite seen Sun and Moon, as they have not really made an appearance in this combat, but he looks out across you, and he scans you in a way that feels like it's looking farther than just a superficial point, and you just hear him go, "You aren't her. She is not here. This is meaningless." Gwen, what are you doing?
I don't know why you're talking about her, but like, you should just go away. And she's gonna cast Shatter at 5th level. And so, because he's saved, he's only gonna take 24 points of thunder damage. If he'd failed, he would have taken 48 points of damage. But yeah, so 24 points of thunder damage.
All right, 24 points of thunder damage.
And it.
You see as
non-magical object that isn't being worn or carried also takes damage if it is within the spell's area. So like, there's a little 10-foot radius sphere.
One, does that not also mean Yuki is going to take damage?
No. It's behind him by a little bit.
Okay.
It's a 60-foot range. So she's just gonna cast it like 10 feet behind him, essentially, just to fuck him up.
As the thunderous effect of Shatter goes out, the tentacle that was behind Yuki, you feel it just stretch out and reach, and it goes in between the effects of Shatter and the emissary, and the tentacle is blown away, and he cuts his damage in half.
Oh, so but the tentacle's gone.
The tentacle's gone.
Okay.
So
Nice.
it's 24 points of damage?
Yes.
Okay, so it's 12 points of damage.
He reduced it again. That's cool.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, because he
okay.
sacrificed the tentacle to reduce it even more.
Okay.
So it's 24. He failed on the save.
Well,
Sorry,
you used the
48,
legendary
and
resistance
he
to
failed
succeed
on the
it.
save.
Oh, right,
Yeah.
right. Okay. I was like, wait, so
No.
yeah. So 24
No,
was
it
the
was-
reduced number.
Yes.
Correct. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. I try and make it easy, so I tell you the reduced number is 24. That's how much he actually takes. It would have been
Appreciate.
48. Yeah. So
Baku is up. Unless Gwen has more to do.
no, she
Okay.
there's no bonus actions that she can do.
Baku, you're up.
All right, Baku is going to take a step over 5 feet to his right, and he's going to take out the crossbow of the hunter and take a shot at this emissary guy.
And he has advantage.
Just
Fuck him
curious,
up.
why are you using the crossbow, not the guns? I'm just curious. Like,
We'll see in a second. I'll answer that in a second.
I dig it. I was just wondering.
Nah.
Weapon
No
Friday.
worries. Yeah. Okay, wait. So, I have advantage, you said?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, because Gravel
Alright.
Cow is
Okay.
back.
Alright, well, I got a dirty 20, but we'll see if there's anything better for that. Nope, that's going to be 2 dirty 20s. Okay.
Well, the
Cool.
one dirty 20 hits, but the other dirty 20 doesn't hit.
Ah,
I'm sorry, it's a
shit.
weird AC thing.
This
So
is
roll
so
me-
complicated.
Roll me sneak attack damage.
Yeah. So. Okay. So sneak attack damage. And crossbow damage all adds up to a lovely 11 plus. What's it going to be here? That's not looking too good. Okay. So 16? Yes. 16 total damage.
Okay. How would Baku like to do this?
Alright.
Did I just come back for Baku getting the kill?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes! Go, Eric! Yeah!
Nice, Eric.
I
Nice!
started the crossbow because I wanted to try this walloping shot, and then I just figured I'd stick with it so I don't not swap it around or relying on them. But then this last shot, I specifically did the crossbow because Baku's going to take out the crossbow, and he's tired. It's been a long day. He's hurt. Everyone else is hurt. He wants this over. So he's going to take a knee, take this crossbow out, take a shot, and as he's firing this, he's going to yell anime style, "Yuki!" And as the crossbow goes out into the air, Yuki kind of looks over his shoulders, sees this, jumps out of the way, grabs the arrow out of the air, and then plunges it into this guy in a weak spot.
Dude, thank you! Hell yeah!
That is day.
Hell yeah!
You do this as the arrow flies out. Yuki, you, with your monk-like agilities and increased speed, grab this and plunge it into the chest, as you then hear just this gurgled gasp from the emissary. As you bear down with your weight, and the emissary no longer feels the strength to stand and collapses to the ground. And as he hits the ground, arrow buried in his chest and Yuki over you, you just... May you be forgotten under the wake of the wave. And as the last breath leaves the emissary, the growth across the stretched across him wiggles off of him as if tasting something disgusting, and a small maw similar to what you saw from the hunger of Agar opens up next to it and just disappears into the ground. Give me an attack of opportunity, Yuki.
Okay.
Hit it, Yuke.
Kyle, important question.
At advantage.
Ah! Okay.
Hit that nat 20. Hit it. I know you got it. I got it.
Again.
You know you got it in you.
No,
Fair question, Raz. I had forgotten.
It was 21 though. 21.
21.
Good.
Roll me
It would
damage.
be with my fist, because for flavor we were doing all that thing. I wouldn't be able to use my staff, so it's with my fist. But that is 12 points of bludgeoning.
Damn, 12 points off of a reaction. Jeez, well done.
Yeah, dude.
I'm stun fists.
Stun.
You see this thing
Lot of
start
key
to
points.
wriggle off, and it goes into this hole in the ground. As you reach into this hole, not thinking straight, as you reach your hand in and feel the soft squishiness, and your claws and grab onto it, and you yank it back out, and it slumps in your hand.
Oh shit.
Throw it right next to the guy's head. And second, I kick it away, a little bit farther away from it, and I get up. Some of the church is still burning, isn't it?
Well, the roof is still on fire, but the inside was doused.
The roof is on fire.
So yes, the church is a little bit on fire, but inside is covered in sleet and wetness.
I get up.
We are now out of combat.
I get up from over the body, and I'm just holding wounds all over. Wipe some blood. Turn to Baku. That was a good shot.
I walked up.
That was a good shot, Baku.
That was a good catch.
Yeah.
You're looking pretty, like what the cat dragged in.
I sit down on the pew that's right there. I just sit down. Just, We need to do something about the roof. It is on fire.
What do you want us to do about it? We don't.
I think, if anything, we need to get out of here before it collapses on us, and if anything.
Yeah.
Hold on. I'll pick up Yuki, and I'll pick up Yuki, throw her over my shoulder.
You
rest.
need to put
You
me down.
rest for a
You
minute.
need to put me down. No.
You sure?
Put me
Motion
down.
sick.
Put me down.
All right.
Just
trying to help. Thank.
Who is the? I think Baku. You have the higher investigation, or
Yeah.
no?
I
Raz
do.
right? You have that?
I have
Radzi.
plus 11.
Okay.
Yeah, I only got +5.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just kind of generally shouted out. Just someone look over the body really quick, though. Make sure that, see if there's anything we can use to figure out what the hell.
Got it. Raz's
Alright, that's
going to grab his eyelids and slaps the 2 guidance patches on his face.
No!
Because
And
I believe that's
love
gonna be
it.
a disadvantage because you're exhausted, correct?
it will, but I still have a plus. I also can still get my D4 at least.
But Yuki will make her way out and wait outside.
When can, having seen Mur do this a few times, she's gonna cast Gust of Wind to try and put the flames out on the roof.
All right, it's not on the ceiling; it's on the roof. You'd have to get outside for that.
Is she not? Oh, okay. She'll go outside and do that.
Okay,
Theoretically speaking, is blowing air at a fire the best idea?
It says,
I think the thing says it can be used to extinguish flames.
yeah, and
Oh,
a line
okay,
of
cool.
strong wind 60 feet long and 10 feet wide. You blast wind in a direction that you choose. Creatures have to make a dex saving throw. Gust disperses gas or vapor and extinguishes candles, torches, and similar unprotected flames in the area.
Yeah, I think if it's fast enough, it helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's 1 minute of strong winds. So she's gonna try and just like put out sections of it, I guess. She can't really do anything else.
So what'd you end up getting, Raz?
29.
Even at disadvantage.
I rolled an 18
Wow.
and a 15, and I used guidance to give me a 3.
What a guy! Look at this.
Yeah, I had 21, but yeah, he's got that.
So what are you looking for? Just kind of like anything strange about this body?
Well, anything they have on them. I want to make notes of their tattoos and other strange markings that would help identify people in the future. And I'm probably gonna take some like samples from him and the tentacle, like flesh samples, and throw them in the bag.
Sure.
Also, I'm gonna take his hand.
Yes.
That's not part of the investigation check, but good to know.
It'll be separate thing.
As you look over this body, you see that he was in fact human, though the effects of this growth on him, this octopus-like creature, you can feel that the skin is tougher. You see markings left over from where this thing had like literally attached itself onto him. And then from what you couldn't see before, where it was sitting is a large, intricate tattoo to that of Umber Lee. 2 crashing waves across them, but then a new addition across it of a blood splatter, or rather red markings meant to look like a blood splatter, spewing across it, which kind of clashes with the artistry of the tattoo. As you look over, you also find not much on their person. You do find a small dagger. You find some tattered clothes, but not much was really on the person of this emissary, if you will.
I'm guessing to assume that they've been starting all the fires via arcane means then.
Well,
Like, are there any traces of like alcohol, oil, gas, black powder, besides it's all over the room now.
You would get some bits of black powder, but you would also probably be able to make out that that's kind of more of a lackey job. Looking over the tentacle, as you pierce it, it doesn't so much ooze blood or any kind of mucus or anything like that, but just like ichor. Like it smells, it is gross, and cutting it open only makes it worse.
Gross.
Nice.
I was say, I am gonna lick it. Does it taste like rotten seafood, or does it taste like something I've never tasted before, which is ungodly disgusting?
Rotten seafood would be a palate cleanse after what you just put into your mouth.
Okay, this thing isn't from here.
Kyle.
Yep.
Baku throws up when he tries to eat the Baku just reeks.
Well, now we know it's not from this plane, probably. I've never tasted anything that gross.
You are now.
No, that it's not from this plane, just because it tastes bad.
Meanwhile, you all are in this temple now littered with bodies. Again, you see the bodies of the foes you've just taken out, as well as the priests or clerics that were of Wakeen scattered about. This is quite a mess in this room. Meanwhile, Yuki, you had been stepping outside. As you step outside, you go out into the evening sky, as it is now probably like somewhere between 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning, as you guys have been fighting through the evening. Some of the fires throughout town have been starting to be put out. And as you step outside, you see that a few of the Temple of Wakeen clerics were out and about and are using magical means, and people are grabbing buckets from the sea, and Theo is able to help with putting out some of the waters, and some of the damage to the town is being at least stopped. The panic seems to have subsided, and as you look about, you don't see anyone running out with swords, but you do see people going around with buckets of water or ropes or something to try to help.
Does Theo just kind of like move over a building and just put it out?
He can't
Basically.
go on water. Can he go on land?
Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
They have to go back to the water at some point. They can't exist on land forever, but
Sure.
they can travel. They can walk on land.
I don't see
Yeah, fun thing. He can move faster than Leah can on land. As you sit there and see that the town is starting to come together to defend itself from whatever this attack was, you also do not see any attackers going about, and you take a second to relax. Your rage goes down. You are wounded. You are tired. It is late already, and you are not a night owl. You are an early bird, so this is late for you too. And as you sit there, you feel a bit of a burn, and you look down your hand that held this ichorous tentacle, and you feel still this like kind of like the acidic burn you felt on your foot from the mouth of Hadar. And it's not enough that I'm asking you to roll damage, that it hurts, it stings. And as it starts to fade, you just hear in the back of your mind, "Well done." And the pain goes away. And that is where we're going to pick up next week.
Oh.
Yay!